It is round 2 of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship in 2026. Welcome to Brands Hatch. We're on the Indy circuit for rounds 4, 5 and 6 of the main championship, and it's time for more action from the support series. Hello everybody, welcome to Brands Hatch. The green light's going to go on shortly. So here's what's going to happen. You'll have live commentary from the JB Motorsports team on the free practice touring car session, the qualifying race, and today we'll have coverage of our own commentary from the Formula 4 Championship. Everything else, we're going to have the music playing in the background on Saturdays. The link will be provided in the YouTube live chat in order for you to hear Toka Radio. And then tomorrow, the JB Motorsports team will take you through all the support action on the coverage as well, with commentary from all of the action. It's a new method. It's a new way. We hope you enjoy it. We're certainly looking forward to it here on JB Motorsports. So let's get ready to get rumbling as the green light is about to go on for the first session of the day. It's the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship. Their 20-minute qualifying session is about to start, and we will now fade up the music, and the next time you'll hear me, it will be for the touring car practice session. Hello everybody listening to the Touring Cars. We are dual streaming right now because me and Megan are commentating on the MotoGP session as Igor comes over the line from 18th and jumps up into 4th. Just a quick update on the British Touring Car Championship. The K27 qualifying was called off with 1 minute 20 to go due to a stoppage on the track. They are recovering that car and we are about to get going for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship certified by the FIA. Their qualifying session number 1 for rounds 4, 5 and 6 of the championship. It'll be a 15-minute session and that is coming up soon here on JB Motorsports. So hello everyone listening on the British Touring Car Championship stream. We are about to go green for the qualifying session for the Veritals F4 British Championship certified by the FIA. Stand by for a lot of action as the green light will go on at 9:45. welcome to the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship and the practice session getting underway here from Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. I'm Joshua Birch, commentating from our UK studio here as we get set for the cars to head out onto the circuit for the first practice session. We'll be bringing you all of our own commentary throughout 2026, like we did last time out as well. The first session underway, and all of the data and telemetry is here to give us every bit of information, all the nooks and crannies and all the data you have to offer. This is the best place. Cars straight out onto the circuit then here at the Indy track, just because we know how it's going to be. It's a bright day. Humidity is at 68 degrees. 68% I should say. Air temperature 15.6, so slightly on the cool side for a touring car race. It's still closing up here to the beginning of May. Track temperature 23.2, no rainfall, wind blowing in northeast to the east at 8.9 miles per hour, so it is quite a blistery day so far. But we're all set for what is going to be a very critical round of the championship, and we can't wait to get started. This is rounds 4, 5 and 6, and as you all know, this is going to be I think a slightly different affair for everybody, because the thing is now, finally, after a great season opener at Donington Park a few weeks ago, we do have the unusual situation coming through that now directly qualifying will be affected in terms of how much hybrid boost you can use, and then also followed in by the fact that we're going to have a changeover of how we run the qualifying races. It's going to get complicated, but stay with us. We will have all of the action as well, and welcome to everybody listening in around the world. So, short track, as you know, as well. Track length just at 1.2 miles. And the start time just a couple of seconds delayed. It was supposed to start at 10:35. We started at 10:38. All 20 cars have done an install lap at the moment and are coming through. Hamilton, so Nick Hamilton's just done a 55.984. He's gone fastest at the moment. Just the two sectors on the times for you to contend with here this weekend. We'll open up the car data for you to take a look at as well on your screens, because obviously with it not being that big of a series, we can afford to open that up. It should work at least. Actually, we might just have to take that down a bit because of how the outlaps are working through on that. So I'll switch that back for you. But Hamilton top on a 55.984. He's already improved it as quick as I say it. Two other cars out there on the circuit right now as well. That is going to be the 66 of Josh Cook and the 22 of Chris Smiley as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Well, what a sort of opener we've had. What did you all make of Donington Park? Get in the chat, let me know, because I was at the circuit and from the general people I was talking to, everyone was a bit sceptical about the qualifying race and how it was going to develop, and everybody said, well, we want more practice time. And of course, Donington was the first time they went to a circuit where they'd only have practice of 40 minutes, then straight into qualifying, then the qualifying race as well, and then the races, of course, on Sunday. So everyone was a bit nervous about how it was going to turn out. Obviously, we know what happened with Ash Sutton making contact after he went, off the circuit, trying to overtake Tingram down to turn 1 at Redgate. But it was a catch-22. It was a good analysis in the end. Also, very much enjoyed the fact that after the qualifying race, everyone raved about it and said it was actually better than we thought. I'm still in the process of wanting to be, convinced about how it runs, but I am up for being convinced. It looks absolutely tremendous. We've got 18 laps ahead of us today for the last session. Interesting enough, actually, no times coming through on the board. We've only got one set by Hamilton. Everyone else is just doing install laps at the moment and coming into the pit lane and go back out again. So, yeah, we don't have that problem here, by the way, of lack of practice times, because, of course, Media Day was here if you joined us for that. So we now have, in effect, a situation where we've had 9 hours on this track. They know it quite well with these cars because it was also the Indy circuit. So, effectively, going in to the qualifying, we're in a good position. So it's not actually as bad as you think it is as they come into it. So medium compounds for Smiley. He's now done a 53.205. Hamilton was on mediums as well. Sutton's on softs, as I hope you can see on the timing mod. I don't know why it's not showing up on your side of things at the moment for some reason about the graphics for tyres. We might need to change that shortly. But yeah, looking so good at the moment. Here's certainly some lap times coming in. Selby's on a run. Gone green flag. It's a 40-minute session. Drivers will spend the opening 10 minutes just confirming that everything's right for the cars, and then we'll see the lap times pounding in. If you remember our coverage from Donington Park, you would see the lap times were up in the 30s in the 40-minute session. They really did need to get as much data. 21 now apparently starting the circuit. James Dorlin has headed out. Dexter Patterson is also there in 19th position for the Audi A3 Saloon. Looking good. Also, qualifying race being won by Jason Plato's team and Dan Robon. What a fantastic achievement for that. Of course, Tingram crossed the line first twice that weekend and got both of them taken away from him. So wasn't the best start for Tingram, unfortunately. But we move. And coming into this weekend, sort of Ash, I said it to him, didn't I, at the time? Ash seemed to be the luckiest. He seemed to be making his own luck and the king of the comebacks, I said to him. It was unbelievable. We'll have that interview for you at some point. But honestly, absolutely incredible. As we keep an eye out now on the situations. Selby has improved his lap time twice, so we went down from Hamilton being a 55.984 to Smiley on a 53.205. Then Selby did a 52.054, and he's beaten that by 2 seconds now because Selby's done a 50.056. So already gaining some improvements. Let's see, into the pit lane has come the 50 of Aaron Taylor-Smith. Several lap times now coming out. Hopefully we'll get a few more starting with 32 minutes to go. Throughout the year then, during the practice sessions, I'll be joined by some guests to commentate on these sessions with me, and we'll have a little chat up here in the booth as we look at the timing screens coming into it as well. And we'll have some pre-recorded segments coming in. So quite a lot of the team you'll be hearing this year, actually, are at the circuit. So it's a bit unfortunate because Richie, he's at Brands Hatch. Jess Ball, she's at Brands Hatch. Nina tomorrow is at Brands Hatch, which means all the content that they're going to film on their social channels, that's going to be something to watch coming into it. So keep an eye out. But yeah, it could be Ian. Omi's not with us this weekend. He's focusing on GCCs. So it's me and JT up in the booth commentating for the sessions today. All of the touring car sessions will be commentated this season alongside of the F4 races. And then on Sunday, everything that ITV show us, race-wise, we will do the commentary on as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Stand by. It's going to be good. As we get our first times, Hamilton's now gone back to the top with a 49.434. Selby still second, 49.684. So, again, some deltas. Not too bad overall as they keep the running in. We're improving about 2 between the two. So, yeah, every 0.2 of a sector we're improving, which I find very impressive. By the way, our own Nina is at Nina Racing Secrets on YouTube. She is currently running the Pretty Muddy 5K for Cancer Race for Life. So good luck to Nina for that one. By the way, episode 1 of Plato Racing All or Nothing is back on ITV4 tomorrow morning. So if you missed the premiere or haven't caught up on ITVX, it is on at 9:40 a.m. In the UK. We're on air at 10 for our TV action. Nick Hamilton has had track limits at turn 1. So he has had a lap time deleted, and a black and white flag has now come up for him as well from race control, which is upsetting to see, but it is rules are rules in this regard, as we'll take it through. But yeah, Brands Hatch looking tremendous at the moment with everything coming through. Qualifying is at 2 o'clock. Qualifying race is at 3:05, and you can join us for all the action. I'll be on the commentary for it alongside JT. as we keep an eye. Selby 48.8 now has gone fastest. Just trying to see what we've got information from the British Touring Car Championship to see what's happening down there at the track. No yellows or anything so far. We've done pretty well on the green flag running, and I'm very happy to see that. Aaron Taylor-Smith goes up into third place, 49.045. Josh Cook down in fourth place. He's done a 51.443. Collard on a 52.65, I should say. Spoke to Ricky a lot, actually, as well. He did not like the car at Donington, said it felt quite dangerous to drive. It was understeering and oversteering at the same time. Then spoke to him, of course, as you saw, at Media Day, and he had very much the same thing of, well, I just, you know, it's not ideal only having 4 hours in the car. So he's playing catch-up, but at least he's back at the circuit he knows very well from his British GT days, where he claimed a championship, and also where he's done running with this car back at Media Day. So it's okay so far. Ash Sutton was momentarily stopped in that second sector, so now is Sam Osborne. Hopefully that's just a glitch on the timing screens. We've got Aaron Taylor-Smith to the top of the board on a 48.609. He's 0.06 of a second clear to Selby, and he's only done 8 laps as Taylor-Smith. Selby has done 11. Sector 1 for Selby, though, is still quick now. And Taylor-Smith has just taken that first sector time, actually, as I say, at 29.082. Sector 2, short lappy, of course, at the Indy circuit. I think he will improve ever so slightly, so we'll keep an eye on it. Our face cams will be back for qualifying and the qualifying race later on today, as a heads up. So me and JT will be in the booth calling all of the action. We can't wait either. It's going to be absolutely tremendous. It's going to be quite something. I'm looking forward to it. As we get going again, Taylor-Smith, 48.197, has just taken 0.4 off of his own best lap time from before, so does improve again. Hello to everybody who is watching, as we have gone green now currently for 12 minutes in this session, with 27 to go. Just having a look, as only 8 cars have officially set lap times at the moment, which surprises me. I thought we'd seen a few more. Now, that's the 27 of Dan Camish, who's just gone up to 16th place, but just looking as to see why his timing transponder stopped coming down the back straight towards 30s. Seems to be a little bit of a glitch down there that the timings are having. Hopefully they'll reset those soon, and we'll get going again. I want to improve on the deltas. Outlap now for Cook and I believe Collard. Look at that. Rainford up into 5th, Moffat up into 6th, so improvements coming from them on overall data. I can actually click and take a look at their lap times as Smiley goes up into 6th. So Smiley's done a very interesting delta time. His first lap was a 53.205, then a that doesn't count actually because that was a difference. That was a cut lap. So 58.40. Yeah, so it's actually looking that bad right now for Chris Smiley. 48.197 for Anton Smith, who's just moved up into second. Dal de Jong with a 19.047 in the second sector. So Dal de Jong now goes up into P2 for the BMW 330i M Sport. More improvements will come. Track temperature is at 23 degrees, air temperature at 15. Very nice so far on the board. Nothing coming from race control at the moment, all the overall datas. Last one was Hamilton being track limits that we expected. And Chris Smiley now jumps to the top with a 48.059. So a good improvement there from Chris. First sector was a 28.960. Second sector at 19.099. Not as fast as what we've seen, because we know Selby did a 19.062. Rainford moves up into P5, 48.636. Hamilton then drops down into 6th position overall, as Patterson jumps up now to 9th place, 49.916 on the board. Buxton does a outlap, and now finally we'll get his time on the boards soon. Doble as well. Rainford up to 5th with a 48.6. As Overline, we're seeing a couple more. Robo will now finally start a lap time, as several drivers now get on the board. Yep, up now. Patterson 49.916. Rainford 40. Yep, so improvements coming. Smiley, again, a few moments ago, just did a 48.059. Goes back to the top of the board. He did that at 10:52.39. Josh Cook approaching the line now in the 66. He's 8th fastest. Does he improve? He's coming to the pit lane. What about Aaron? Ash Sutton down now into the pits. The 88 didn't improve, though, actually. Doble, 49.543. So Doble's found some time out there. Smiley's still looking good. Yep, Doble up to 10th, 49.543. Shedden now goes 11th on a 50.603. So deltas are coming down slowly. Buxton, 16th still. Come on, only 13 of the 21 drivers set lap times right now. They're all doing install laps, and they've all done about 9 or 10 of those. Just go out, do an install, come back into the pit straight away. Patterson and Chilton, 4th and 5th. Patterson, 48.291, 48.490 for Chilton. Doble, 49.543. Big improvement there for him. He goes up 48.541. Doble now goes up into 6th position. Shedden, 50.603. Over the line now comes the 19 of Buxton, 52.428. Shedden, does he improve that time by? No, he doesn't. Stays there. Here comes the 99 over the line of Charles Rainford. Has he come into the pit lane? I don't know, actually. He's disappeared from my timing monitor. Here he is now. Rainford does improve up into 5th. What about now a move up for the 27? Nothing. Yes, Camish goes 9th. Chilton goes 5th. And over the line also is, well, Patterson stays where he is. Sutton comes back out onto the circuit. He's down in 16th at the moment. Tingram now finding some lap times. Doble has jumped up into 3rd position on a 48.231. So, yeah, Mikey Doble has actually managed to improve on the board. Very good stuff then. So, after the opening 20 minutes of this pre-practice session, it's Smiley from Taylor Smith, Doble, De Jong, Patterson, Chilton, Shedden, Rainford, Selby, and Camish, the top 10. Hamilton, Cook, as more improvements. Chilton goes 2nd. Patterson goes up into 3rd position. Here comes Tom Ingram. Remember, he was quite low in the practice session last time out at Donington Park. Is he going to find anything now as he comes over the line? He's battling. Ingram's had to come back into the pit lane as Mikey Doble goes to the top, 47.994. So a good improvement there on the board for Mikey Doble in the Audi A3 Saloon. Over the line now comes the 19. Are we going to get any more improvements coming through? That's Max Buxton, and I think he stays down in the order. Robo goes up into 15th, 51.794. Dan Camish has moved up into 6th position. So he's now on a 48.221. Sutton up to 13th, 48.996. And as over the line now comes the 19 and the 52. And I believe just behind, that could be the 32. Any improvements? Yep, Robo the 32 goes 12th, 48.906. Sutton, 14th, 48.996. Cook drops down into 13th position. Got a black and white flag now for Mikey Doble from Race Control for track limits. Hello to Paul. Paul who says, hello from Paddock Hill Bend. Hello, Paul. Thanks for tuning in to JB Motorsports' coverage. I hope you're enjoying down there at Paddock Hill Bend. Is it as sunny and warm as it feels? 16 degrees. It's slowly creeping up. Clear sky, I hope. Bright conditions we've got. So I hope you're enjoying it down there. Get the sun cream on. Dan Rowbottom improves up into 5th on a 48.113. Josh Cook to 13th, 48.622. Over the line again, Dan Camish to the top, 47.991. Didn't improve that last time by, but Dan Cam is number 1 in the Ford Focus Titanium. And that Ford Focus looks absolutely splendid. Really is a big improvement on the last car. Napa, I think, with the victory that they had last time out at Donington, just looks super smooth again. Race 2 and 3 for Ash. Wow. What are we seeing now here on the line? Anyone improving? Robo 48.113. As we knew. Shedden now jumps to 5th in the Toyota Corolla GR Sport. 48.101. Flash looking good. Is that correct? I thought, yeah, I think it is, yeah. As they fly down. Flash Gordon's looking. Race control. Final warning for Nick Hamilton for track limits down at turn 3. That's at Graham Hill Bend. So, yeah, final limits of warnings have now been taken apart. So that's basically don't do it again or you're going to be in massive amounts of trouble. And again, there's the track limits. They were really serious about it. They had the Toka race officials. Don't do it again, otherwise you will get that penalty flying in. Still looking good so far. Just trying to see now if anyone else will actually improve. It started out these lap times, remember, at a 55.984. We're now running 47.991s. Now that everybody's got back up to speed again. 17.5 to go. Chilton on an out lap. So is Dal Dion. So is Collard and Ingram and Rainford. So they're still improving. Here comes Ash Sutton. Not really remarkable lap time as he goes past over the line. It moves up into 4th place. 48.089. Yep, 089. Over the line now comes Sam Osborne. He's 17th at the moment. I'm checking to see if he'll fly up the board. Nope, hasn't. Sutton, however, as I said, was P5, but Taylor Smith dropped down. Hamilton goes up to 12th. Nick Hamilton, stellar qualifying going on for later. He could really be in the mix, actually. 48.471 for Hamilton. Don't forget, practice now counts because it sets the qualifying groups for later on, where JT will be in the commentary box for you, taking you through that session. So, yeah, not bad. As Dal de Jong jumps to the top, 47.779. Splendid. Absolutely splendid lap time there. So that is about 0.2 of a second faster than what we had before. Yeah, 0.212 seconds faster than Camish. Hamilton's moved up as well into 12th position. 48.471. And, there we see Tom Ingram in the 80, up into 4th place, 48.007. So Ingram improving massively now. Over the line comes Chris Smiley, improves up to 4th. Buxton was 16th, 48.814. Here comes Dowell over the line. Well, last lap time now, it's improved again, 47.667. So improved massively. Over the line for Rob Collard. No, that was an out lap, so he starts his lap time now. Smiley to 4th. Ingram now down to 5th, so Smiley was a 47.999. Load of Gaggle cars coming over the line. There's the 99 there as well with the 77, and I think that could be the 80, and it was, as Tinkham goes up into 2nd place, 47.688. No improvements there from the 99, the 28, or the 27. Sorry, the 77, I should say, on that board. Over the line. Out of the pit lane comes Josh Cook. Now we've got the 2 of Dowell de Jong, and improves again. 47.426. Dowell is looking tremendous. Really impressive sectors. And it's now a black flag for the 28 of Nick Hamilton. It's a black flag, which means come into the pit lane. Wow, they were really not messing around. Hamilton was warned about track limits, and he's now been given the black flag. You can see the number 28 coming over the line now, and he will be waved that black flag from outside of the position, and Hamilton has now come into the pit lane. Strange, when I open it up, I can hear something in the background of my headset, but nothing else is playing. So, Dow de Jong has just set 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 faster lap times than the previous set. Very nice, with 13 minutes to go. We will still see some close running soon. Guarantee it. Don't forget, this is your timetable for the rest of the day as well. We're not just going to stop here on JB Motorsports. We will be live the whole day with our commentary coming from the touring car qualifying race, and we'll have our own commentary on the F4 race. There is a link in the YouTube chat to Toka Radio. If you so wish to listen alongside our coverage, you are more than welcome. Just having a quick look actually at the timetable for today to give you the latest information. So it's all correct for you. Oh, it no longer gives us the timetable on our radio system. That's a surprise. Okay, that's making life a bit harder. I can just pop in here and get it. It's okay. I'll get you the full timetable to give you all the latest information. So this is what we've got coming up today. As Patterson moves up to 11th, 48.097. So we've already had the qualifying for the K7 310R Championship, qualifying for the Veritools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA. This is the free practice session for the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. Coming up at 11:45 until 12, we have qualifying 1 for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. 12:20 to 12:50, we have the qualifying for the Mini Challenge. 12:50 till 2, we've got the lunch break. But during that period, you will not be missing out. We're going to replay some of our coverage from the qualifying. We're going to replay our commentary from Donington Park, so you can catch up on some of, or hopefully all of the races that took part then. Then 2 o'clock till 2:35, it's qualifying for the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. 2:50, pit lane opens for the touring cars. At 3:05, it's the qualifying race for the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. That's going to be 18 laps in total. 2:35, our second race of the weekend, and it will be the first for the K2M7 310R Championship. That'll be a 20-minute race. And then at 4:10, the JB Motorsports commentary resumes for the Veritools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA, first race of 20 minutes. At 4:45, you'll be back to the music in the background for the Mini Challenge race. That's going to be a 20-minute race. And at 5:15, it will be qualifying 2 for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. And again, that'll be with music. Tomorrow, we're on air at 10 o'clock UK time. The first race, the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain, 34 laps in total. That'll be with music on. And then second race for the K7 310R Championship at 10:40. That'll be with music on Sunday. Our commentary starts at 11:15 with the first touring car race. And then JT will take you through the Veritools F4 Championship before the lunch break. Then I'll be back. Actually, JT will take you through the Mini Challenge. And then the Porsche Carrera Cup, I will be back for alongside the second British Touring Car race, the K7, the Mini Challenge, the third Veritools race, and the third Touring Car race. So that's the coverage plans for this weekend. No real improvements in lap times for the last few minutes. Everyone now focusing a little bit on long runs here for the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship, which is to be expected as things go on. Because we were expecting a little bit of a lull with a few moments to go in this one. I hope everybody's looking forward to this one. I hope everybody's enjoying it as well, trackside. So we'll keep an eye out on those on the boards. Into the pit lane now comes Dan Camish. And he's got going again. So just a quick stop, actually, coming through. I was expecting a little bit of a... I was expecting a little bit more of a time on the board there. But yeah, not many on the track now, actually. How many actually on the circuit? It used to tell us, and it doesn't anymore on our board. Still no red flags in this session, which is a nice compromise. We were expecting something. Do you know how many lap times have been done so far in this session, by the way? 394. So it's the Snape thing. Turn to page 394. Just thought that was an interesting little fact to bring into it. Load of gaggle down at Paddock Hill Bend, actually, at the moment. Just seeing at the moment, Darrell de Jong's in there. And we've got the 19 thrown in of Buxton. Shedden's there. And who's that just ahead of Max Buxton on the board? I think that's the 11 of Ricky Collard. A pound will go in the jar every time I say Rob Collard this year. Black and white flag for the 11 of Track Limits. That is Ricky Collard. Yeah, so left the track at turn 1. As you can see on your timing monitors. So it'll be a bit of a slam dunk, but that's to be expected, really, when it comes into things like this. As Igura, just looking on the other pictures from MotoGP, just having an interview. We're on double broadcasting duties this weekend. In fact, quite a lot, actually. We've also got coverage coming up of the World Endurance Championship, and we will be commentating on that, which is why today is a little bit hectic up in the booth. And me and JT are going to be swapping over production nearly every hour, coming up a bit later on. Ahead of tomorrow. And a lot of action. Really can't wait. It's going to be so much fun. Just taking a look-sees. Multiple cars now coming out on the circuit as we get set for the final 7 minutes. And this will be qualifying now, effectively. You'll see that quite a lot have now swapped over to the soft compound tyre. So we are now going into that procedure of this matters. This is now going to be a qualifying simulation. And I really can't wait. Bring it on. Because what we need at this circuit is a lot more fast action, a lot more data. Because I don't know that much actually around it. Over the line comes Darrell de Jong again. Doesn't improve. Stays where he was. Last time was a 47.476. His fastest is a 47.365. But yeah, Darrell's actually staying consistent. So I'll give him that. It's not actually as worrying as I thought it would be. 28 over the line, that's Nick Hamilton. He's allowed to return to the circuit after serving his penalty, after being given a black flag. It's also 11:11 out there, so make a wish, everybody. There's everything closing in. Just trying to find out any more information from trackside. Just got some cars on tracks, stuff coming from the admin team. Over the line comes de Jong. That last time was faster. Darrell de Jong goes top again. 47.360. 5 thousandths of a second faster than his own previous best lap time. So that's, again, very impressive. Again, I was expecting more. I was expecting 46s, because these cars should be getting faster. Well, we're here at Brands Hatch for 15 degrees. Well, they are. I'm in the UK studio. But 15 degrees Celsius, track temperature 24. There is slight improvements coming. Over the line now again for Darrell de Jong. First sector was a 30.203. I think this must be a cooler lap time. He can't surely go faster. Black and white flag for the 22 for exceeding track limits. Yeah, de Jong's coming to the pit lane. So, track limits then, at what part of the track? Turns 1 to 3, actually. So, he's done it 3 times. So, that is going to be a black and white flag coming in once again, unfortunately, for Chris Smiley. He's actually just jumped up into 3rd position. He's done a 47.701. 8 places up for Rainford, up to 7th, 47.921. Collard, 9th, 48.058. Dan Camish goes 2nd on a 47.521. So, Ford Focus Titanium still looking quick, and Dan Cam finding his momentum. Is that another black and white flag that's just come through on track limits? No, I don't know if that flashed up twice. Yes, it is. It has. Yeah, it has. Yeah, another black and white flag. This time for number 11 and number 22 for track limits. So that is Collard, Ricky Collard, and also again the 22 of Chris Smiley. Whether that's the same black and white flag, I'm not sure for the 22. But that is, again, more information coming through. It's now the final warning for car 11 on track limits. So it's final warning time. Rainford goes up into 6th position, 47.831. Yeah, and now it's another final warning flashing up for turns 2 and 3 track limits. And it's a black and white flag again for number 11 of Collard. So another one coming through. They really are pushing the limits out there with 3.5 to go. Don't know if that's just cycling through at this point, but they're still getting information flashing up on the screen. Rainford improves again. 47.831. Now he goes in 6th position. Over the line. There comes the 19. And big improvement from Charles Rainford at the 99. Up to 3rd, 47.685. Sutton up into 7th, 47.829. So yeah, big improvements as Ash comes back out on the circuit. Dal Young now still in the pits. I wonder if he'll come back out. Charles Rainford improves up into 3rd, 47.685. Sutton set the fastest first sector time of anybody, 28.484. So I wonder if Ash might do something. I'll keep an eye on him. He's in the 116 coming out of the last couple of corners. Oh, it's a black flag now. It's a black flag for Ricky Collard for those track limits. Sutton goes up into 3rd, 47.579. And Ingram to 4th on a 47.583. Serena, yes, this is free practice. The last 2 minutes of the free practice session. And then we'll go into the qualifyings a bit later on. Osborne improves to 19th. Buxton down to 20th. Here comes Morgan. Goes over the line. And again, big improvement for Sutton and Ingram, but not really much everywhere else. Sam Osborne improves up to 19th. Over the line. It is Dal de Jong coming back out on the circuit now, actually. So Dal is going to do some final laps. You'll get, with it being 47 seconds and a minute 30, you get 2 to go. Black and white flag now for Ash Sutton for track limits. So he was 4th. So there is more warnings coming on the board. Track limits was down at turn 1 at Paddock Hill Bend. That, unfortunately, I can believe. Final minute coming up then here of the practice session. Car 16 again with those track limits down at the first corner. Over the line then. Here comes the 17 of Patterson. No improvement. Does Dal de Jong improve? No one's setting the sector times alike. No purples. A couple of greens though, so that means we see some improvements. It looks like Ingram, Smiley, Collard, Chilton, Cook, Buxton and Dorlin are going to stay out and not come out. They've got 30 seconds to leave the pit lane, but they want to do their practice start. So the 3, the 11, the 19, the 22, the 50, the 66, the 80 and the 132 are all in the pit lane. A few more actually coming in with 25 to go. If you want to do practice start, you have to get out there on the circuit and line up on the grid. And we saw practice starts on media day. The front wheels do spin a little bit. Moffat goes up into 12th place, 48.021. Morgan goes ahead into 9th from 10th on a 47.717. Last 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And the checkered flag comes out now on the practice session. So whatever the positions you finish, that will determine the running order for qualifying. And look at Patterson, up now into second place, 47.402. So it will be the odd numbers that will go out in Group 1, the even numbers that will go out in Group 2, and Patterson will go out in Group 2 up into 13th, 47.402, 42 thousandths off of Darrell de Jong's time. Very strong. 16 comes over the line now. Is he going to do an improvement? No, stays 13th, 32. Stays where he is as well, takes the flag. More cars coming over the line then for the end of it. 33, I think he's coming to the pits. I'm not too sure, actually. Yes, he has come into the pit lane. No one taking improvements as we're waiting for Buxton to come over the line, and that will be everybody done for this practice session. Buxton over the line. He's out there just to do a practice start and takes 19th, takes it to 20th position. So there we have it then. That's the end of practice for the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. And immediately the driver tracker dips away from us there. So, end of the practice session. Darrell de Jong is fastest, 47.360. Patterson is second, 47.402. Doble third, 47.437. Camish is fourth on a 47.494. Sutton fifth, 47.508. Rowbottom sixth, 47.518. Ingram seventh, 47.583. Rainford 8th, 47.657. Smiley 9th, 47.701. Morgan 10th, 47.717. Selby is 11th, 47.758. Taylor Smith 12th, 47.842. Moffat is 13th, 48.021. Collard is 14th on a 48.058. Chilton 15th, 48.093. Shedden 16th, 48.101. Osborne 17th, 48.110. Hamilton 18th, 48.471. Cook 19th, 48.622. Buxton is in 20th, 48.814. And James Dorlin actually failed to set a time in that session, only did 4 laps and is back in the pit lane. So your qualifying groups then. Group A will be de Jong, Doble, Sutton, Ingram, Smiley, Selby, Moffat, Chilton, Osborne, Cook and Dorlin. Group B will be Patterson, Camish, Rowbottom, Rainford, Morgan, Taylor Smith, Collard, ahead then of Shedden, Hamilton and Buxton. Well, that's JB Motorsports commentary done for now. We're going to switch the music back on so you can keep following out then on the times for the next session. Because next up, it is the Porsche Carrera Cup. And they're qualifying one starting at 11:45 for their session. Might be brought up to give us a bit more of the lunch break. So, yeah, stand by for everything. It's going to be quite an interesting run. But we're now going to hand back to the music. You can keep across of all the live timings here on JB Motorsports. And if you want to listen to Toka Radio, the link is pinged in the YouTube chat to the website with the radio coverage. We're going to leave you now and leave you with the music. It is Darrell de Jong who tops the touring car practice session. We'll be back for qualifying and we'll update you on all the action throughout the broadcast. end of the next session, start of the 30-minute qualifying for the Power Max Mini Challenge, qualifying for rounds 4 and 6 of the championship. All races coming up here so far this weekend. Track conditions are now cloudy with 16-degree air temperature, track temperature dry, 27 degrees, so that sunshine we had earlier has started to cloud over ever so much, but hopefully still going to be all good for the remainder of the day. There is a lot of action coming up here, so we're going to hand back now to the music, and our commentary resumes when we go touring car qualifying. Okay, we've got 7 minutes left of this session, but we're going to start playing our lunchtime show. You'll be listening now to the JB Motorsports commentary from the season opener of Donington Park this year, so stand by, you'll have all of the action. They start with round 1, 2 and 3. Just a reminder that this is the JB Motorsports commentary from the opener at Donington Park. Grid, we're waiting for the green flag, and then the lights will come on one at a time. It will be the first full race. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the KwikFit Bristol comes up into his go, and it's a bad start from Rowbottom. Ingram gets a good getaway, but he's blocked off. Cook tried to go around the outside, didn't work. Rowbottom should defend the inside line down to turn 1. And again, it was a poor getaway from Robo. You'll see he just completely wheel spins from the front. Ingram gets away perfectly. Sutton makes a brilliant start as they dive through. What a start from Josh Cook down towards Redgate. Ingram had the lead at the front. Cook tried to go through, and again, Robo's dropped down to about 5th position. Look at Rainford trying to go around the outside. That is fast car.
3
and
wide.
off goes one of the, 3 wide down in towards Old Hairpin. That's going to be something. And yep, it's back up into the inside. Ingram, though, with a commanding lead, and Cook second. Robo's down to 4th, and I think, again, moving up, Rainford goes into 3rd. Doble in 5th. He's dropped a place on the start. But looking, where is Dan Camish? I can't even see him at the moment on the timing monitor. Sutton's already made up 3 places.
Yeah, it was 3 wide, Selby, Sutton and another car going into Redgate on the first lap. Turn 1 up on the inside. That is Chiltern defending from Morgan as we head now down the back straight. And this is Rowbottom trying to get past Rainford. Rowbottom round the outside down at the chicane and gets round even before he turns in to the right-hander of the first chicane. A little bit wide. That was Collard a little bit further back. And now down side by side we have Rainford once again. Shedden is side by side with Moffat.
What a great start from everybody then. They're all making up good places. Ingram's commanding the front. He wants to win the first race. Bad start from Rowbottom. But look at that. The Laser Tools Racing working completely together. I was trying to look on the inside. Moffat holds on. Shedden's coming back through. The Power Max Racing in a bit of trouble. That's Dexter Patterson. And now look at Aaron Taylor-Smith trying to go around the outside of Camish, coming up towards McLean's. That's a brave move if he can keep it stick. Yes, he can. He's having a look on Patterson on the inside. There's a little contact between the two coming up into the braking zone. Now here come the 2 nappers just behind. Still can't find a way through. Up into the top of turn 9. Taylor Smith goes ahead. Camish up to attack from the inside. 3 wide. And off goes Napper. That's a very dramatic stuff as they head down. And they come past me. And let's look at Osborne. Osborne's trying to go back around the outside as well. But what a fantastic chicane as they come through. Sutton up to 11th as they take it through the S's. And then on to lap 3 of the race. Ingram, Cook, Rowbottom, Rainford, JT. And a sensible start. I'll tell you what, the cloud covers come over. There's a rain cloud above me, and I can't feel any raindrops. It shouldn't, but if it does, it's only going to affect the start-finish straight.
Yeah, absolutely, as that's trying to get up the inside of Josh Cook, so that is on board with Rowbottom. As down exit of Old Hairpin, Rowbottom gets a little bit wide, kicks up a little bit of the dust. It was Sutton up at Coppice the last time by where we are heading now. Got very close with Camish, which is what happened yesterday once again. So those two going to battle once again. De Leon round the outside of Collard. De Leon goes off the track and there's contact, and De Leon very nearly spins over the front of Collard. That was very close, and contact there side by side going in towards the chicane. That's Chiltern and Moffat.
Gordon Shedden was lining up a move on Chiltern down to turn 1. You're seeing it on your pictures. Chiltern came over to defend. Shedden goes round the outside line. Can he get the move done in towards Redgate? Chiltern will have the inside line and does stay ahead. Shedden's going to use his experience though to try and put the throttle around the outside. Chiltern just still stays it on. Down now through the Hollywood down now in towards the Craner curves and in toward hairpin. Chilton goes wide, takes a little bit too much. Shedden goes round the outside, locks up on the front, and just makes a fantastic move round the outside of old hairpin.
And they will continue battling now as they head down to McLean's and up to Coppice once again. JB has got something.
Black and white flag for the 32 and the 132. Yeah, so black and white flag for the 132 and 32 as they come over the line once again. And Hamilton is on the back of Selby and trying to go around the outside. So he's done the comeback. Did he make it through? I can't see down to Redgate. Yes, he did. Hamilton made the move.
What Ash Sutton is up to. He's now into
that was for 19th place. Sutton gives Shedden a little bit of a nudge as Shedden goes down the outside. Sutton will go down the Craner curves behind and will try and get through. Shedden cuts the grass. That allows Sutton alongside and up the inside, side by side. Sutton round the outside now of Starkey's Bridge will become the inside for McLean's and then up towards Coppice, and Sutton will get the inside line, and that move is complete. But here comes Shedden, and there's his front left to rear right contact on Sutton.
I'll tell you one thing as well, they're coming back past me now. Camish trying to go on the outside of Chilton. There's Taylor Smith. Trying to work out. Yeah, there's Selby, Hamilton ahead of Doble. But I tell you what, look at Ingram. He's as Sunshine now comes out. Black and white flag, 33, 80, 16, and 52. So Morgan, Ingram, Patterson, and Shedden for track limits, I assume, as they come through. The Suns now come out down here at Redgate. As they come through, lap 6 of 18. Ingram leads, Cook, Rowbottom, Rainfall with the fastest lap. Doble, Morgan, Moffat, Sutton, Shedden, Camish now up into 10th ahead of Chilton. Patterson, Taylor Smith, De Jong, Smiley, Osborne, Dorling, Collard, Selby, and Hamilton in 20th place. We're on board with Rowbottom as he comes up the hill into McLean's.
Sutton's up to 8th JB.
Yeah, I've been looking at him slowly as he comes past, and he's just taking it all. How many laps has he used? And Ingram's made a mistake coming out the last corner, and Josh Cook is right on the back of him. Cook is right on the back of him. He might make a move. Cook might make the move. Now, to compare that to last year, where Josh Cook had a terrible race one, with 2 pit stops, the rear right tyre wasn't working correctly, and then in race 3 he had to retire. If we can win the opener here, that'll really put to bed the bad stuff. And don't forget, 2 years ago, back then, the Unlimited Motorsport, which was One Motorsport, then on the championship this year, they won with Aidan Moffat in race 3. And Jade Edwards crashed my interview. But this is looking brilliant if Cook could just get on the power. But riding with Ingram, looking back, and I think Cook has just got the further drive. Ingram's on the medium tyres. I think it's Cook on the soft, JT. That could explain why he's faster at the moment.
Yes.
Pretty early through that part of the
yeah, so he's on soft tyres. Yeah, so that explains why Ingram, he's just got no grip. Because out of the last corner, it's a mixture of hot, dry, shady knot. They're coming towards me now. And just to the chicane, Ingram, oh, hang on, someone kicked off the grass there. I think that was Robo. Robo's, hang on, where's Cook?
He's dropped down to
Cook goes
6th.
through. Cook's gone off. Cook's off the track. Cook's gone off the track. Coming through, that's the smoke
he
that we
is
saw.
off at the chicane.
He's in the barrier.
He's in the barrier at the chicane.
Yeah, I can see him. I can see him, JT, from my commentary position. Yeah, he's gone off into the barrier. Josh Cook is backwards. Safety car's coming out, JT. Safety car. So I can see right now the marshal's part of the SC boards. So Josh Cook just gets loose, and I think that was a puncture.
Wide.
Yeah, he went wide over the curb. He lost. I think that was a puncture. So now the safety car's coming out. Ingram's going to back up, and Rowbottom's back in the race.
safety car. 1, 2, or 3 laps can be.
Oh, this is an exciting turnaround.
Absolutely, and Cook, with the soft tyres, as you mentioned in the barrier, they are going to try and push him out, but I don't think that's going to work.
No,
He's
I can see it
beached.
from my position. It's too far for the camera to see as Ingram comes past me, but he is properly beached and he's damaged the tyre barrier as well, JT. He went in with quite a whack. So if they're not happy, we might have a red if the tyre barrier needs repairing, because he has gone in with quite a whack. I saw the smoke, but I didn't hear. I just then noticed that Josh Cook never came by me. Ingram came by. Then it was a long hold to Rowbottom in second. I was like, well, where's Josh Cook gone? And that's why. So, yeah. Oh, well, is that a commentator's curse trackside? Look, just completely lost the rear. That has to be a puncture. Yeah, he goes into the barrier harder than you think.
The barrier, it didn't look that much of a hit.
It's. I can tell you, it's not that big, but he's just dislodged about 2-3 of the tyres. The gravel did its job, but he has actually knocked the barrier out of alignment. So, yeah, hopefully, yeah, do you see what I mean? It's just ever so slightly touched. But that's not on the right side. You need to look on the left where the car is being hidden. That's where he's gone in. Well, he's going to have to come back past me, JT, to get into the paddock. That's what I've just realised. So, I don't know if I want to get an interview with him, but if he does, I'll try. But I think he's going to be one very angry man. This is on board with him. Oh, this is on board with Robo, and turns in, hits the... Look, it's already gone, JT, before he comes in. I think a suspension or something's failed. It has to have, because that's already... It looks like something snaps, and he just goes around him as he's turning towards the right at the chicane.
Come from 21st on the grid.
Safety car leads them through. Ingram, Rowbottom, Rainsford, Doble, Morgan, Sutton, Moffat, Camish. Let's have a word then with Rainford. He's on board with ITV.
Nice safety car restart here. Can't believe how fast Tom is on those mediums. So fair play to Team Virtue there, but West Surrey giving me a great car here. So we're biding our time a little bit there. Let's see what we can do in this second half now.
You've also got quite a lot of boost left. Another, 7 laps to play with. So keeping it to the end is going to be useful now, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. I had to use quite a bit at the start because we were all boosting it up. So I believe I've got a bit more than Rowbottom in front of me. So yeah, you know what? I'm not going to do anything silly because we all need points. Points mean prizes. So yeah, we'll see where we go from there.
And what does a safety car period like this do if you're on the softs? Is it good because it gives them a breather and you can look after them, or does it hurt because it makes it a longer number of laps? What's the benefit or the disadvantage?
You know what? If you're a front-wheel drive car, I think you're loving it right now because I could feel the tyre crossover was just starting to happen and I was catching down quite easily. So, yeah, I would have liked it to stay green, but, I think the degradation should still be there. I need this sun to come back out, warm the track up, and then we'll be golden.
We'll see what we can do. Charles, good luck.
Thank you. Do my sun dance this time. Thank you.
So, Charles Rainford there, currently sitting in third place.
And,
I'll accept that, JT, but I'll tell you what, it's typical Donington weather. It keeps going, oh, it's really hot, oh, no, it's really cold. So it is typical April. As Ingram gave me, he was looking, he sort of, as he was sort of came towards me on the circuit, he's weaving massively out there. De Jong and Selby have got no things left, neither, so they're all sort of using it on the opening laps. Right, here's a replay of the start, JT. Took us in.
Yeah, it was a good start from Ingram. We're on board with Rowbottom, who had the bad start, and he was already down to 4th by the time they were down in the old hairpin. This is on board with Rainford, who went right round the outside and tried to go up the inside of Ingram, but was unable to. At the inside of Redgate, and Ingram just got away.
Ingram really has been gifted this race in many respects, so this is going well. Safety car flag is still out here on the control line.
pitched him into that spin.
And the amber light's still flashing. They are still craning the car away. I'm glad to see, JT, that this requires a safety car compared to when we had yesterday. I was very vocal about how that was wrong. Really, I did not like the fact that we were racing down to turn one with cars right there. I know the sun's come out again. Yeah, that was not good enough. Oh, safety car's coming in. Right, we're going for the restart. And remember the rule, there's no overtaking until the restart line, which is just in front of me here. So you can't restart. So we're ready. Green flag's out, and Ingram hits it, and we are green again here at Donington. Single file from everyone so far. No one's making a move down towards turn one, though, at red gate. So the safety car is in. And Ingram made a perfect restart. Still Ingram, no one's going for a move. One of the nappers was quite close down towards Redgate to make him, but it's all single file so far. Sutton up into sixth position now as he's trying to look through. Rainford blocks off an attack from Doble. Rowbottom still in second position, but doesn't get the drive he wants coming out of Redgate. Down Hollywood, down into also the Craner curves. And Old Hairpin approaching. We're on board now with Rainford in the 99. Can he get a drag? No. Look at this again from Sutton. He can't find a way through. And Mean turns further back. I tell you what, though, Sutton's got a great exit. He's going to pull it around the outside. And he's going to have a go now on Adam Morgan in the Plato Racing. And it's going to be Sutton back up into fifth position. What a restart, JT.
So straight away, it's inside for the next corner, which is going to be
from Ingram already. 0.7 of a second is the gap as they come past JB once again.
And Sutton's going around the outside, and Doorbangs coming into it as well with Rainford. So this is really close down towards the first corner. I think Rainford's held off that one. Look at Dexter Patterson. He's under attack now. There's the move again I was talking about. If you're watching us on TV pictures as well, Shannon goes around the outside. Sorry, Sutton goes around the outside, cuts off as well now the attack from Rainford. So that is, I think, Sutton up into fourth position. I think so, because Mikey Doble's in the LKQ. So that's Sutton now up into fourth and a position away from the podium, JT. This is what a comeback from Ash Sutton. This proves that the new Ford Titanium is absolutely brilliant, and they were right to bring it in a year early.
It is and has been a good car already, as we are continuing round lap 13 of 21, about to start lap 14 of 21 as they come across the line once again.
Yep, Ingram's still got a nice one. Morgan's on the push to pass. He's trying to pull around the outside. We're 3 wide further back. Chilton's got a foot on the grass, though. That's going to be a bit critical in the battle as he's trying to attack around the outside. So this was Chilton trying to have a go and just kicks off a little bit. Further back, Darryl de Jong was coming in there as well, and there's the dust that's still getting kicked up, and you can actually still see it from our side of the camera. Oh, lovely cut back on the inside. Chilton's got defensive like crazy to Darryl de Jong. De Jong just gives them a little kiss back into Redgate and keeps it through. The two nappers trying to come through side by side. There goes Osborne. He gets ahead of Dorling, and Selby's trying to get through too. Sutton, however, has got 3 more laps of his boost, and he's right behind Doble. If Ingram makes a mistake, Sutton might still be in this one, and there's payback for yesterday's qualifying race. Although I still am on the fence, JT, that was actually the fault of... and Collard in the pits. And 16 and 3 have got a penalty. A black and white flag. Will they come again? No one going front move this time by. Oh, hang on a minute. Sutton's looking to Doble. Doble went defensive. Is he going to have the move done into turn 1? No, he's not. But Doble again going defensive. And Sutton is on him. This is going to be very, very close, JT. What do you make of it? That 15 to 21.
Yeah, 3 more laps until we are in the added laps. And we will go side by side with Moffat and Camish. And Camish got through down the Craner curves. Good move there from Camish, who goes up to 7th. As Sutton is in 4th, as Ricky Collard will now head back out on track, and he is 3/4 of a lap behind, so he is out of it in 20th and last, but importantly doesn't go a lap down, I believe, or does he? I think he did go a lap down.
I think he did, yeah, judging by that. Oh, hello. Chilton's under attack. He's having to put the inside. Now, this is Osborne. Or is that... it's Selby making a way through. And there was Chilton holding off around the outside line and defending that 3-wide moment to the back, as I was saying, of Dal de Jong in 13th position and Osborne in 15th. And, well, Chilton's going to defend the inside line quite nicely. There's a car, and Collard's back into the pit lane. Collard's come back into the pit lane. Now, he said to me yesterday, JT, that after I overheard him say that the car was dangerous, he said to me he just doesn't like it. The car's snapping. It's got oversteer. It's got understeer. You put the throttle down, you don't know what the car's going to do next. He's only had 4.5 hours testing in that car. It's not enough. He is really, really struggling as he makes his return to the touring cars from the British GT Championship. Meantime, lap 16 and 21, Ingram leading. He's going to come back past me now. Rowbottom and Doble now in a battle. Mikey Doble might get a podium here for second place. He's right at the back. Well, I think Sutton has just dropped back. He's too far. I'm keeping my eye out. There's Chilton. There's Osborne and De Jong. So they've dropped back. Hamilton's Dool and James Doolin. So yeah, JT at the moment it's the battle for second. Robo versus Doble.
Which we are continuing to watch on our TV pictures now. Sutton is still 4th. Here is Rowbottom just in front, battling still with Doble. And we cut to Moffat, who has just got back through on Camish, I believe. No, that's Moffat and Shedden, so that's the car behind him, not in front of him. So battle for 8th and battle for 9th as they head up towards the chicane and towards JB once again.
Ingram comes past me, then it's Rowbottom and Doble. Big gap for Sutton's under attack from Rainford. And coming into it as well now with Adam Morgan. They were having to cover the inside line very aggressively down towards Redgate. I'm holding... And Sutton's been forced out wide. And here we go again. So Sutton is under
champion Charles Rainford.
Here we go again. So picking it up. Sutton defends the inside line. Round the outside goes Rainford. Morgan's trying to cut back in. Sutton pushes Rainford off the track ever so slightly, but he's got back as he heads down towards Old Hairpin. Sutton's going to have to go defensive, and through brilliantly goes Rainford. And now Sutton's going to have to defend for Morgan, and he's got his teammate Dan Camish right behind him as well. As another black and white flag coming out, the 15, the 27, the 50, and the 99, JT. The battle for third is on.
The battle for third is on. Indeed, as we head now up through Coppice for Rowbottom and Doble. Rowbottom, importantly, is out of turbo boost for the rest of this race. Doble still has it. He will go to the inside down at the chicane and he will get through, as Doble had turbo boost, Rowbottom did not, and now Sutton still with turbo boost. He's up 17. He will be able to catch up to Rowbottom by using the turbo boost to his advantage.
A lot of good stuff going on, as unfortunately for Robo, it'll be a podium for Plato's first race. He'll start P3 in race 2. Maybe a better start, but we noticed, JT, didn't we, from the commentary box at Brands, that the Platos, the front wheel drives, were spinning their wheels a lot off the line. So understandably, he didn't get a good getaway on soft tyres.
Yeah, a lot of wheel spin at the start for Rowbottom. Camish is still on the back of Rainford. Rainford will defend on the inside. Camish tries to go around the outside. He is unable to, as they head towards JB once again to start the penultimate lap.
top 3 and now top 4, 5. They're all separated. Camish is on the back still, though, coming in of Rainford, but everybody else is still using their final bits of the push to pass as Hamilton battling now with Max Buxton. Buxton's trying to go around the outside. Hamilton has him covered down in the inside line in towards Redgate. He'll go inside, and Hamilton stays ahead. Goes a bit too deep. I'll see if they come back next time by, which will be the final lap. The checkered flag is being prepared, though, JT, side by side. Look at this battle, though, right now. Dan Camish side by side with Rainford. Rainford holding off for 6th position, and Camish still can't find a way through. And it kicks up the dirt down at Old Hairpin.
Yep, down at the Old Hairpin. Now we head round Starkey's Bridge and up towards McLean. Camish still unable to get up the inside as they start the last lap.
He's loving life. He has got it completely under control as Patterson's on boost. So was Taylor Smith. He's holding off from Chilton, who's dropped down 6 places from the start, so unfair for him. But this is the last lap of the opening round of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. I am going to redo the camera now that the last car's gone through to show you the checkered flag line, as there's still a lot to go, JT, down the inside. But Ingram is just 9 out of 10 laps. He'll use it now. Perfectly balanced. Robo is out. So's Moffat, De Jong, and Osborne. But just having a look on through it now, I think Ingram's going to come out the last corner, and he will be victorious. I'll try and follow him over the line. Checker flag's being made ready. There's a 10-second time penalty for Robo, JT.
He was on the limit, but he's gone beyond it there in 10 seconds.
Tom Ingram will come down to the chicane as Rowbottom is going to get the penalty, but again, Sutton's trying to go around the outside. We'll see if he makes it. But the number 80, who's number 1, wins again. The checker flag falls, and it is Tom Ingram who wins round 1 of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. Doble is second. Rowbottom finishes in 3rd, but has a 10-second time penalty for track limits. So Ash Sutton will take 3rd place from the back of the grid. An amazing, amazing result. And down into 10th will now go Robo from that. What a result, JT. 12th now, as it confirms. So he drops down to 12th place for Robo. But JT, Sutton 3rd. Here we go then. Tom Ingram is actually going to come into the pit lane. That's a surprise. I did not expect him to do that. So Ingram's going to go through, and he's gone to stop to Toka Technical, but the lights are coming on. It will be 1 light, then 2, then 3, 4, and 5. Here we go. 3, 4, 5. Lights out. Round 2 of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship is underway, and it's a good getaway from the pole position of Mikey Doble. Here comes around the outside, though, from Ash Sutton. He'll take turn 1 with a wide sweep down towards Redgate. He can't take it. Oh, and he hits the back of Doble, and now through goes Ash Sutton. A little cheeky back on the inside. Oh, there's a spinner round back. Spinner at the back. Didn't see who that was, but at the front, it's Nick Hamilton. Hamilton's in the gravel, and that's going to bring out a safety car. So, yep, that's Sutton passing Rainford. Chilton's going to be like a bat out of hell. Everybody misses him as Chilton was on the grass and unable to stop coming down into the old hairpin there. But it's Sutton, Rainford. Doble made a terrible start. Rainford into 2nd. Sutton leads. Camish still there, and the safety car's out, Omi.
Yep, always needed, always necessary after a moment like that. But great that Chilton was able to get that one under control. So yeah, Doble dropped down. Rainford and Sutton momentarily then went into combat. Sutton was able to get himself critically to the front, and now he has got the advantage. But oh, that's a shame for Hamilton as well. Not the sights that he wanted to see, as well as he got going for race number 2, and he'll definitely need to now try and regroup and go again later on for the 3rd contest. But yes, what a disappointing start for plenty of drivers.
I am very surprised about I'm just looking on board with Tom Ingram now. So he's come down over the line, and then we saw him, didn't he, making his way into the pit lane. Now, he might get a further penalty for that because he was actually starting behind the field. So he's had to navigate his way into the pit lane. That's not usually allowed because of the way that the amount of cars on the grid, the pit entries afterwards here at Donington. So I don't know. Tinker might get something for that, but he's having a miserable weekend. He's a lap down already, Omi, and that is a disappointing start. He won the race. He got disqualified, and now it looks like Brands Hatch going to be his starting point. Here's the start, though, Omi.
Absolutely, 0 to 0. Right, Sutton gets away absolutely perfectly, already trying to challenge. It's a terrible launch as well from Polster to Doble, and then it means it's Rainbird versus Sutton as well. So those two are the ones who are going side by side. And then it's going to be Nick Hamilton who's finding himself 3 wide, and then he's going to find himself with trouble then further back in the field, and it seems like he's going to be getting loose straight off into the gravel trap as well.
This is down at Old Hairpin. Oh, this is Chilton just going wide, and lucky that nobody else avoided him. Went right through the barriers, and he almost picked up there one of the restart racings. I think that was James Dorlin. So I'm glad I didn't hear him because that is a friend of mine. As he just comes there and was it Dorlin he almost hit? Yes, it was. Oh, so close on the brakes, and Smiley almost as well. He nearly hit both of them. This is on board. There's the 5-light procedure, which is new for this year. And look, just does not get going at all. And Sutton's around the outside. Rainford got a launch off the line. That's why I didn't recognise that it was him, not Doble. Into turn 1, he turns in and watch the back. Sutton's going to nudge him out the way, I say. And through he goes. There's a plane going over me now from East Midlands Airport in the middle of the field. But yeah, absolutely perfect getaway from Ash Sutton. That was a lot better and a lot easier.
Yes, very, very good. Well controlled. We couldn't quite see what happened at the back to Nick Hamilton, but considering he was going 3 wide, you can take a few wild guesses as to what could have happened as well. But no, that's such a shame. That is such a shame for him.
Do you know what's interesting? This is a safety car, but yesterday's wasn't. In the qualifying race when we had Ash in the pit lane. And there is that Max Buxton? Yeah, coming out of the pit lane a bit late. And that's Plato Racing. So this is Dan Robo. Robo's in. Dan Rowbottom's in. Oh, okay. That's a bit of a surprise. Tingle's in the garage. Rowbottom's in the garage. The front row from this morning are now in the pit lane. Well, this is how dramatically it can change in the touring cars. When I go back to the circuit, I will pop and have a word with them all. It's a power steering issue for Tom Ingram, I think. That's what what JT's told me. It's a power steering issue. I tell you what, when I go back to the circuit, I will pop down to Plato Racing and see if I can find out what's going on and relay that information up to you boys. But yeah, we'll get another 2 safety cars, 2 races. I think, and that looks to be Robo out of the race. That's a shame. That's a real disappointment. But they did win their first race, so that is something.
Yeah, seems like Robo having a couple of troubles as well. But no, you have to feel for Ingram though, because I mean, you thought he'd won the opening race, secured pole for race 2, and then get disqualified, and now basically not even starting. It appears like as well when it comes to this race. So it has all changed, and some of the favourites you would have thought at the start of the day all have very much had quite a lot of troubles as well. So it was a power steering failure as well for Ingram, which is why he, as we mentioned, is not going to be starting.
Caused by an alternator, I'm hearing as well. So that's a surprise coming into it. It's all fingers and thumbs at the moment, isn't it? I hope you can't hear that plane overhead. I don't know if you...
We momentarily heard it.
Momentarily, yeah. Yeah, the plane's louder. I'm standing in the middle of the field, so I'm away from the cars. I can't hear them, but I can still hear the large jumbo jets that go underneath me. Hamilton's car's been retrieved behind the barriers. We're now seeing on our pictures, which means we should be good to go at this time by. And safety cars coming in. Now, Sutton's going to lead the restart. And one thing to remember is, as we saw in race 1, you have to go past the restart zone line. So there's no overtaking until you get the green flag. And then you can hit pedal to the metal. So effectively, we get an IndyCar, NASCAR style restart, Omi, to go again. And to be fair, we didn't see a lot of overtakes in race 1.
Yeah, we didn't. We didn't see the most, did we? So I guess it's going to be now fascinating to see how they're all going to now basically approach this and the remainder of this race. We know race 3 is going to be chaotic, but as you said, this race, I guess, will give us a bit of a message of how possibly this championship could go and what they could possibly try and do. But now Sutton's really just got to try and, continue bringing this home. He's had a great start, but now let's see what he can do from there.
Safety car will peel in, and Ash Sutton is going through. And there's the green flag. We are racing once again. And Sutton's going to have to go defensive against Rainford, who's come to the inside line. Doble's come around the outside, trying to find a way through down towards Redgate. That's going to be a bit of contact. Here comes Camish on the inside. John Napa had a bad qualifying race. They rebuilt it into race 1. They could have a very interesting race 2 here. But Sutton, Rainford, and Doble, Camish, and Shed in the top 5 as they come down. Craner curves down now in towards the old hairpin, and a little bit is forced wide. Again, look at that. That's coming through. That's Ricky Collard battling with Josh Cook. All these top names right at the back of the field, Omi. A terrible restart from everyone in terms of further back. They're going on the dirt, getting the tyres out of it, as Patterson tries to have a look up the inside there as well. Didn't work out. He on Dal de Jong. Cook getting forced out, trying to go around the outside of Smiley. But Sutton just building up the gap. He's going to leave here championship leader at this rate.
Absolutely. And we mentioned, could he have an opportunity? Absolutely. He's turning it into one at the moment as Cook continues to basically absolutely push Collard through. But now let's see whether they will continue some of the side-by-side battling as well. It's still very much going on in the mid-pack, which as you would expect at the moment. But Shedden, P5 at the moment with Camish directly ahead. Camish looked a little bit racy on the restart, and he's still trying to attack. Doble ahead. The pole sitter still having to look in the mirrors and possibly at risk of dropping even further backwards.
Yep, at risk as well. And it's where I am, it's clouding over. So it might hit the circuit in a few moments' time. That's going to affect the tyre temperature. There's a move going on further back. Someone was too wide coming down. As here goes Camish on the inside line. Yeah, he's getting ahead of Doble. And he's going to try and Gordon Shedden come through. Gordon Shedden's on the soft tyres, remember, as they come up through into McLean's now. Are we going to see a little dive bomb on the inside? He's thinking about it. He taps the back of him, Omi, but nothing much.
Yeah, they're all getting very close to giving some nudges and really trying to push at the same time as well. And they're all over the road, making sure they're defending the right parts of the circuit as well. So we now find ourselves with Camish going to third, Doble continuing to drop down. Such a shame for him. So it doesn't seem like he'll be able to convert as well and win this race on merit. And Shedden's going to be now the next one to try and attack. De Leon is also making a move further back and improving to 8th. Josh Cooks also got up to 13, so a few movements going on across the field. So they're all now starting to utilize this restart phase when they're all close together to try and make some overtakes before the field possibly starts to spread apart later on.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to have to move from where I was for a split second because there's loads of little things crawling all over me. But still, interesting start. Oh, move going on further back as well. Still coming through that. Shedden trying to go on the inside. Cuts the inside line. Oh, and he's got tagged. How did Shedden hold that one? Locks the front brake coming into the old hairpin and still manages to keep through.
Doble's lost 2 places there as well. So Moffat's gone through as well, and so has Shedden, as you mentioned. So it's just going terrible for Doble. He's now lost 2 places, basically, in like a few meters. So he's dropped all the way now down to 6th, having started all the way on pole position earlier on. And you can see that really his race is right now just being set in a bad tone, and it started off badly. It's still unfortunately going badly. So it's going to be a hard one for him to try and recover from at the moment, but we'll see how he's going to try and regroup as they still try and make some overtakes down towards the end of the lap.
Yep, so Sutton, Rainford, look at those, Shedden and Moffat, watch out for those on the soft, De Jong and Collard as well, and that's a swing back on the inside line and a half from Adam Morgan on the inside line now, down in towards Redgate. Can he make the move stick on the inside of Doble? Yeah, he's just going to get it stuck at the exit. They're still door banging with each other. Mercedes Powers should be good enough, but it's not going to be. Dal de Jong's right in the back of him, and de Jong's going to try and get through. But actually, yeah, that's bad for Doble. Further 2 places, maybe 3, as Patterson's going to go through. And somehow Morgan doesn't fly off the circuit when Dal de Jong was flying through.
Yeah, I thought we were heading to that territory. 21 laps, by the way, the new distance as well for these drivers to contend with as they continue their absolutely fantastic side-by-side action. And that is going to be Taylor Smith just ahead, further back as well, as they come under a little bit of pressure from Smiley, but just hanging on to 10th as well, as Doble still continues to drop down as well here on lap number 8, now out of 21. But yeah, Morgan doing well to keep it on the circuit after some of that battling. Now they've got a bit of a gap ahead to try and, push through and get themselves to a bit of a comfort range, because everyone behind is just completely losing their heads at the moment. They're all just battling as much as they can. So if he can pull away, that'll be very good for his race.
Yeah, they're losing their heads. Look at that, 3 wide down the back straightaway already. They're trying everything in their power to make this stick. And they're still side by side coming into the inside at Redgate. There's a few moves further back, and they're still door bagging over as they come down. This is absolutely incredible. They're all on the push to pass boost as well as they head down through. Oh, there's more contact.
Yeah, absolutely. So Cook absolutely battling away with Collard at the moment, and Cook's got ahead of Collard. Collard's going to try and fight that one back. Morgan's coming under pressure as well. All the while, as De Leon is trying to have a bit of an attack through. There's so much battles going on this circuit. So race 2 really proving to be quite exciting and really proving to have a lot of the battles, as Moffat also begins to attack Shedden as well. So this is 4th and 5th that they're battling over at the same time, as Patterson also tries to make the move, and he has got ahead of Morgan. So he's got past Morgan then at the moment in time, as they still fight away down towards the final few corners, and then they'll begin another lap of racing. So fair play to Patterson for getting past Morgan. Morgan seemed to have the control, and then it all kind of, fell apart to some degree. So it was all happening out there on the circuit for them.
Yes, it was. I'm just standing up the tripod, so I'm going to have to stand up now.
I see. Perfect decision, because there's a lot going on. There's a lot to try and keep an eye on in this
There was also a lot of spiders.
Yep, that's for you to contend with. Right now, we've
Oh,
got some
side by side
overtakes to
again.
contend with.
Yeah, side by side again as they come into it, down at Old Hairpin, coming around the outside. And again, this is now Smiley, dropping back a number of places, and he's going to lose out on the inside line again. So Doble, Collard's looking good, isn't he? He's finding his mojo on those soft compound tyres. So watch out for him. He's moved up now to 11th. Smiley's dropped down to 12th. Cook's gone into P12 now as well. So yeah, okay, fingers crossed, Omi. This is actually a good way to start these races. This is what they needed. Race 2, a bit more lively, a bit more exciting, and I think that's what we're getting hold of as well. Battle for 9, 10, 11, and 12 in positions. Sutton's still there with Rainford, and now we're seeing Dan Camish trying to go around the outside of Rainford to make it a 1-2, hopefully, for the Nappers. That would be a bit of a surprise.
It would be, and they're after it. They would love a bit of an upset here today in race number 2, and Camish is really beginning to push for it. Desperate for it as well after moving up to 3rd earlier on. Now desperate to try and improve as well, as Collard's got a black and white flag coming through as well at the moment. So it's all very much continuing, as Collard's still having to fight away further back. So many moves going on this circuit, which is really fantastic to see right now as they continue side by side racing. And that is going to be the inside line for Collard, and he's going to move back past and just maintain his position as well out on the circuit.
Yeah, several positions still going through. De Jong is now using his push to pass. Collard's in 10th position, trying to find a way through as well on the inside. So there's a few places still pushing like crazy. Sutton, Rainford using push to pass as he's trying to get it. Ash Sutton's done a 108.061, as we can see on the TV pictures as well that JT is providing to us. Very handy when you can't see the circuit, because I'm outside of it. As Sutton, Rainford, Camish, Shedden, Moffat, De Jong, Patterson, and moving further back, the 2 Nappers, that's going to be Osborne and Selby, identifiable because of their wing mirror colours this weekend, as Osborne's trying to come through on the inside, and these 2 are holding up Tom Chilton, who's down in 16th position as well after a bad race 1, and the 2 Nappers getting very side by side. There's dust on the circuit. Osborne's got loose, and he's locked up, but he's made the move, but Selby's going to come back underneath him. These 2 battling it out quite hard in front of Chilton. Yeah, and I think they've been told on the radio there, Amy, look, just shut up, because you've got another race to do. You don't want to have another push.
Yeah, you don't want to get into contact, and you don't also want to let Chilton through as well at this moment, because Chilton's really getting close. And I think Tom Chilton's got a chance pulling out now, trying to get to the inside line. That's going to be close between the pair of them, but I think Chilton might just be able to get it with a better line that he's going to have making his way through. And Chilton will improve and move up to what will be 15th place ahead of Osborne. Osborne, though, will not want to give it up, and we're heading to a very critical part of the circuit now, where you have to kind of go single file or go in the gravel, and Tom Chilton does get ahead, and Osborne having to back out of it as well, as Selby goes on by and moves up as well. And it seems like Rainford, I guess, getting himself a bit more of a distance over Camish, just really not want to let it be a 1-2 as well at the front.
Yeah, distance in distance. That's exactly what we kind of need to see. Sutton, Rainford, Camish, Shedden, Moffat, Dion, Patterson, Morgan, Taylor Smith, Collard. That's the top 10. Points going down to 15. So that's Chilton just inside the points. Buxton's also back in the pits. He never returned. Robo, we already know, is out. Ingram, we already know, is out of the race as well. So that's it's just getting worse and worse and worse. But 13 and 21, we do have the extended race. Sutton is just out there performing to his absolute best once again, just as we knew he would do. And again, now we're seeing that's James Dorlin trying to go around the outside of Sam Osborne. Dorlin's down in 17th and last place. He's going to be on the boost, so is Osborne, but down the back straight away, it's going to be Dorlin. He'll make the move on the inside line and does get ahead of me. So he did manage to make the move stick. He did manage to get the position, and Dorlin into the chicane. Osborne's trying to fight back, but Dorlin's through.
Yep, so Dorlin gets past, and there is nothing that Osborne can do in that situation. As now, let's continue the scrapping down towards turn number 1. That is going to be Chilton, looking for the move, but just sitting directly in behind. So Chilton can't make the move at the moment, and right now, it's just going to be now regrouping and trying to see if they can try and fight past at some other point of the lap. But they're really beginning to push the limits, getting close to the grass and really pushing here at Donington Park at the moment.
There's some final warnings that have been put out as well from race control. So there's still a few bits that they're going to say, no, you can't keep doing that. Sunny where I'm standing, so it might be warming the track up there in a few seconds' time. Obviously, me walking is about 10 minutes away from the circuit, but they are going to be getting that in around about a minute and a half, how weather works. And that's still so impressive. Bats, we've got a replay coming through now, and that is off the track, Omi. I can't see which one that is on my phone. That's Cook getting around the outside now into Doble, and on the inside again, Josh Cook is incredibly brave on the brakes coming up the hill. He did not hold anything back. Hell for leather there.
Outside, inside, and move complete. Right, Rainford, after pulling it away for a little bit, now beginning to, well, come back under the threat of Camish, and Camish really wants to make it a 1-2, and he's going to try and move that Napa car past and through. The gap is about 0.2 of a second, but there's any part of the circuit where he could try and attack.
He's thinking about it on the top of the hill. It's be a swing around the outside to even attempt it. That's not usually an overtaking opportunity. Camish is still trying to find a way through. Nope, nothing there, I'm afraid, folks. He's going to hold it. Nope, nothing. He has to back out of that one. The position just too strong there. If you make an overtake at that part of the circuit, it'll just go wrong, and it will be in a lot of trouble. As he goes down towards the chicane, he'll try the old switcheroo, but Sutton has got Rainford by 0.2 of a second as they come into it. Still that 15.
Yep, still pushing on, and I mean, that was not the best exit for Rainford, and I think this might be the chance for Camish. He's been waiting, and now finally driving on by through to the opening turn of the circuit and through to second place. So Camish is going to make it a 1-2, but can he now defend it, because Rainford's going to try and come immediately charging back on the inside line, and JB, these two still begin to go at it. Not done yet for second.
Not done yet for second. Look at that. Camish on the grass on 2 wheels. But Rainford, he has taken it by 3.443 back. So Rainford in P3. Sutton still has the front by 3.414 seconds. And yeah, to be fair, a nice controlled race strategy. They're not, I don't want to say they're pushing it, but they're using the best of the skills they can in these conditions, because it's not wet. But it's not cold, it's not warm. The track has got different temperatures at different sections of the circuit. So I don't know. It's 9 times out of 10. You never really know what's going to happen next.
So Sutton and Camish now finding themselves as 1 and 2. Rainford's in third, but now Shedden's going to have an attack as well as they make their way through. And I think they'll try and possibly go now for that third position if Rainford comes under more threat, comes under more pressure in these final laps. And Moffat will definitely hope that there's also some opportunities to try and capitalise as well. So an interesting next few laps coming up then for these drivers. I think they're all really about to properly go for it and maybe try and get those higher positions as they can, while also being careful at the same time, because an important race, you need to think about the bigger picture, and you need to make sure that you're seeing the flag at the end of this in a good position, as it seems like Collard making a move further back and continuing his attacking drive.
Just checking that my mic was on. Yes, it is. Coming through. Osborne's in 16th. Got a replay here coming through. Is this This is Taylor Smith battling with Collard. Collard nearly lost the front end there. The car seems to be working in there. That's a good move from Ricky. That's a GT champion and a half. I think it looks like to me, Omi, as well, that Collard's after 3 races and an entire test day at Brands, he's got the car exactly where he wants it now. It's actually working for him. That does not look like a car that's understeering and oversteering. Black and white flag for 27 track limits. Final warning, turn 1. So that's Dan Camish in P2. He can't keep doing that.
Yeah, can't keep, just doing that, or that will be a bit of an issue with the stewards. And I mean, we've had lots of issues, I think, with the stewards this weekend, specifically British F4, race number 1 with those track limits. And I mean, getting to drive through penalties even for track limits.
I can imagine.
It was quite a wild show 1 day ago as well for those drivers. So these drivers would have seen that. Of course, we were racing straight after these lot had the qualifying race. They would have seen that and like, well, that's not something for us to go for.
No, it's not really something, is it, on their part? But, fair's fair. They gave it a go. And we're just seeing 18 to 21. Sutton still with the fastest lap. He's going to leave here, honestly, as championship leader. This is something that nobody expected. As coming around the outside, that is Shedden trying to go around the outside of Rainford for 3rd place. Charles is defending from Gordon, but Flash is on the attack, and he's got Dal de Jong just behind, as well as Aidan Moffat. They're all 4 of them going into Paddock Hill Bend, and yeah, it is still status quo, but Shedden has now got through on the inside. Why did I say Brands Hatch? What did I say? My mind was elsewhere. Paddock Hill Bend. No, it's a turn 1, and that is up into Redgate, now down into the old hairpin. Don't know why I said Paddock Hill Bend. I'm too used to Brands in my head as they come through. Rainford's going round the outside. Moffat, sorry, De Jong on the inside. There's a nice position between the two, Amy.
Yep, good battling, good scrapping. And it's pass or be passed in this little group that we have, because it's either move forward or drop backwards, basically. Because once you have a train like this develop and you kind of want to be able to make those moves quickly, and Rainford, well, it was all looking somewhat decent as well, especially with the launch that they had off the line. But then, in these last couple of laps, it's been a case of just trying to hang on to what they can in these final remaining laps. So it's not been the complete ideal day for them, as racing, more battling, still continuing as well down towards the final few corners as well. And Taylor Smith just defending and hanging on up against Josh Cook, who's going to stand on the power, and it looks like he might be able to take that position with ease heading in towards Redgate corner at turn number 1. But actually, I say that it's still going to be fought for by Taylor Smith, who's going to get back on the inside. Cook will go for the cutback, and these two still not separated by anything.
A little bit of door banging between them. Josh Cook is not going to let that one go. Taylor Smith still holding around the outside line. He comes under braking, very close, touches the curb, loses the rear. I think he's going to have a little bit of a drive back. Yeah, well, Cook coming through. Taylor Smith. Yeah, Cook has taken that position away. So Josh Cook manages to keep Aaron Taylor Smith behind him for 10th position. And remember, the top 10 is reverse grid pole. And that's what we're going to be waiting for as well. The reverse grid draw coming up in a few moments' time. So I'll stay on there for that to tell you, along with Omi, what's going on. Then we'll hand over. I don't know what the next race is, but Ash Sutton's about to start the final lap to lead home a Napa 1-2.
Absolutely. Final lap of the race for Sutton at the moment, in a race that he's absolutely dominated as well. And then we're going to have Camish battling up against Shedden. That'll be for 2nd place. So that's still not resolved. And then those lower positions as well absolutely still are being fought for. So there's quite a lot still going on the circuit, which is what we want. Even if we have got a driver who's got a good advantage by British touring car standards, great that we've still got the rest of them all being close and all trying to still give it their all to produce some entertainment for us.
So here has Ash Sutton back at the grid from race 1 to victory in race 2. I said to him just after the podium ceremony, is a win in the line? He said, well, we'll see. He's gone and done it, and he's done it off the line. I can't wait to talk to him when I get back to the paddock, because this is going to be something special. The Championship is alive and well. Tingham's won 2, lost 2. Sutton lost 1, back of the grid to the front. Ash Sutton wins round 2 of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship and leads home a Ford Focus Titanium 1-2 with Dan Camish, his teammate, in second. Shedden is third, and back on the podium for Flash, Moffat, De Jong, Rainford, Patterson, Collard, Morgan, Cook, the top 10. That'll be in for reverse grid lottery draw, and then we see home Taylor Smith, Smiley, Chilton, Doble, Selby, Osborne, and Dolan. Here we go. Watch them as they will come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lights out. Race 3 is underway. Good start coming from Collard. Bad getaway again coming from the PMR sides. So immediately coming through. Look at Darryl de Jong side by side. Already Collard's trying to warm his tyres. Remember, his car's not exactly 100% as they come round into Redgate. Down now through Hollywood into the Craner curves. A little bit forced out, and Selby's wide. Selby's wide. He's got enough runoff though, Omi, that he can get away with it.
Yep, absolutely. Getting their foot back flat to the floor, and we'll just try and bring that one off as well as they continue jostling away for position. But no, it has been an interesting start so far to this race. Already was definitely quite a few drivers moving up, moving down, and Rainford also was very much on the charge. He moved up to second. De Leon got up to third position, and then it was Patterson who dropped down.
Yep, so Collard from Rainford. Then it's De Leon ahead of Patterson, Sutton, Moffat, Camish, Morgan, Shedden, Taylor Smith, Cook, and still side by side. Collard's got the advantage at the front as he come under braking. Dow de Jong is still there as well, trying to find a way through on the inside line. Can't do it further back. Doble staying in 12th position as he comes back up 2 places from where he started. Where's Tom Ingram? Already up into 17th place as we complete lap 1 and start lap 2. Again, further back, there's still a bit of drama. That's Camish trying to get through on Moffat down towards turn 1. Sutton's trying to go around the outside of Dio coming through, and it hasn't worked out. And he's locked up actually as Sam Osborne further back as he tries to get past Smiley.
Ingram also looking to try and just thread the needle to try and make some overtakes through. At the same time, Sutton's got up to third. He's got past De Leon at the same time. Battle for the lead, and it seems like the battle immediately took place where Rainford was on the inside line, and that was a very interesting moment between those two.
Yeah, well, I expected Rainford to get ahead. Collard's car has not been where it wanted to be, has it? And he's been really struggling about it for the entirety. So I expected that, really. But Collard goes through. Here's a replay. So Collard's getting loose. Here's the oversteer he was on about. On the brakes, not working. And that was a clean move from Rainford, only on the inside.
Clean, easy, simple, and job pretty much done, as you mentioned. So now Rainford can get on with it as well as they still battle away further back. Lots of positions being debated in towards the braking zone. So great to see that these drivers immediately trying to attack. Of course, Tom Ingram being one of them, just looking to try and now attack Smiley. That'll be the next car up for them, as well as Taylor Smith gains a position too.
Oh, look at Collard diving through on the inside line now. Rainford down turn 1. He's made the move. Rainford's going to get forced out wide, and here comes Ash Sutton. He's already made his way up into 3rd place after starting 8th, and Sutton fancies a double. And an unlikely race 3 win. They're 3 wide coming through. Rainford goes on the grass. And again, Collard's taking the inside line, coming into the old hairpin. And look at Sutton. He's up into 3rd position. He's going to swing round the outside of Rainford. Collard's got just ahead. He should be able to hold it, but Sutton is keeping his foot in as he goes side by side. Uphill now. In towards McLean. Sutton has it. Rainford still pushing in a little bit more. But yeah, I think it's going to be Collard who takes the lead of the race. Sutton's down. He's going to have 2nd position, actually. Yeah. Sutton takes 2nd position. And Rainford. Is it raining? Is it raining? There's a few drops of rain on the camera lens. I can't feel anything where I'm standing outside the circuit, so keep an eye on it. Collard got loose. Rainford's into 2nd position. Sutton's under Dexter Patterson trying to go around the outside of it now down at the chicane. Patterson hits. Sutton's loose and just keeps it on together, Obi. My goodness me. But Sutton almost had a repeat from the qualifying race. Patterson goes through, and now it's all hell breaking loose as Sutton and Camish have to defend everyone positioning down there.
Yep, the two who were 1 and 2 in race number 2 earlier on, now having to basically work together to some degree and absolutely try and stay ahead of all of the drivers. So Collard with P1, Rainford's in 2nd, Sutton just about hangs on to 3rd. Does Camish though move ahead of Patterson as well? That's going to be critical, and it looks like he's got to the inside line, and he has already utilised all of his turbo to get there. That's the most critical thing.
Yep, so Camish is going to have, as the plane goes above me, Camish has got no more boost left as well. Patterson's in 5th, Moffat 6th, Morgan in 7th as well, and De Jong's just getting a little bit loose as well. To be fair, the soft tyre runners have really helped Sutton, but in these conditions, it might be De Jong's going to go round. He just saves it. But oh no, he doesn't. 2 cars off, 3 cars, 4 cars, and that's at the top of the hill. But luckily, Omi, Chilton hit Cook, and De Jong was on his spun round. But I think, Omi, they all sort of spun around at different times. They've pushed each other back onto the circuit as there's a lock-up now down into towards the chicane. But that was very close. Chilton's going to have to pit because, as you can see for the pictures, he has unfortunately got something on the front. But yeah, tell you what, even though I'm outside the circuit, I could hear the gasp of no down at the chicane.
Yeah, it was honestly wild because it was a wild moment where we thought it was collected and then it wasn't. All of a sudden it changed very, very quickly as well. Now Sutton and Camish trying to both attack. Rainford, Collard being able to pull away. So he lost the lead, he got it back, and now he's got a good advantage as the Nappers have to deal with Rainford at the moment in time. So this battle for second place very much beginning to get interesting. Sutton placing the car on the outside, but he won't be able to get there at the moment. And they're all bumper to bumper at the moment. They're all really, really close together as they push their way through.
Bumper to bumper on lap 5 of 18. That's what we like to see about this stuff. Rainford, Sutton and Camish still pushing in as they attend back on the action runs. Down they come then, down the back straightaway. Collard under attack, Rainford and Camish. Camish getting a little tap from the back. Everyone trying to look round the outside, and suddenly the 2 Nappers who were so dominant in race 1 and race 2 are now very much catcher in the ride because they are stuck and everybody wants a piece of them. And guys, it's starting to rain.
Absolutely. And you have Tom Ingram absolutely capitalizing and beginning to now make some moves. He's up in 8th at the moment and he still wants to make some more moves as well. Sutton has got a black and white flag as well. That is for track limits. So that's going to be very much interesting for the driver now in second place. He's been pushing on for a while as they still continue to fight away at the moment now in this middle sector.
Yeah, I expected that really, as Morgan still side by side with Rainford as well. So they're door to door. Rainford gets a little tap from Morgan. Morgan still trying to come through on the inside line. There's a light touch between them as they come through. Ingram still in 8th position. We're riding with him. And Rainford really is knocking 7 bells out of that Mercedes, isn't he? Morgan's going to try and go through on the inside. And Ingram thinks about a little look, but they've got it sorted. And Doble's come into the pit lane.
So he's come in as well. Rainford is just going to be ahead of Morgan, and now Ingram's going to have an opportunity to also try and attack as well. Try to place the car on the outside, won't be able to do it. Maybe a run down towards Redgate as well if he can get better traction. Appears like he may have that opportunity behind Morgan, so we'll keep an eye on that at the same time as well.
So down we come then. Lap 7 of 18, I should say, coming through at the moment. Collard from Sutton, Camish and Moffat. Camish and Moffat, by the way, both out of their boost. Moffat has the latest to join Camish in that one. Ingram's going through on the outside of Morgan, and he'll take it. There's dust being kicked up everywhere, and there's a light shine on the circuit. Can anyone else spot that? It's not raining that hard from where I am, but they'd get it first if it is raining.
Absolutely. They're going to have to deal with as well. So we'll wait and see what's going to happen with that. Coming back out onto the circuit is Josh Cook as well. At the same time, Tom Ingram now also becoming the next driver to receive a black and white flag for track limits as well. So it's coming to everyone now at the moment.
Camish from Moffat. Patterson coming there. That's the battle there for 3rd position. Selby's got a 108.171 as fast as that from lap 6. As Ingram gets a little tap from Rainford as he tries to hold that outside line. Ingram's got up into 6th position ahead of Rainford then. That was not a surprise. But Collard, in his first weekend, might actually get a race victory. Gutted I can't talk to him about it. We'll have to catch up with him later on in the season. But Collard is at the moment on course for a race victory unless Sutton catches him on those soft tyres. You get the feeling, that Sutton's just lifting off a little bit and allowing those soft tyres to cool down.
Yeah, you have to imagine that is the case at the moment as they send the car in as well. Taylor Smith, we're shedding directly in behind.
That's Chilton with a puncture.
Yeah, Chilton's got a puncture.
Yeah, Chilton's got a puncture, so that is unfortunate for him. And I can't see it. Oh, it's blown early on, hasn't it? You can see the line that's left of the circuit. from where we're just seeing right now with Collard, with Sutton right behind him. So Collard's got an oversteering car and an understeering car. He's told us over the weekend. He said it was yesterday. It was dangerous to drive it. He's in the lead at the moment, but Sutton is going for it. Down in the S's, is he going to think about it? The titanium brakes under brake, and that Ford Focus is really strong. They've brought the saloon car racing back to the touring cars, and now he's going to try and go around the outside as Collard goes defensive. He goes one way. Sutton's going to try and sell him the dummy. It doesn't work because Collard was later on the brakes. And I think Sutton is trying to go around the outside, but he runs in deep down at Redgate. Sutton goes through before we get to Hollywood. Ash Sutton is on for 2 out of 3 races, and one of them is race 3 reverse grid when he started 8th. This man has come through the field. I don't think unlucky is a terminology that is known to Ash Sutton.
It is absolutely fantastic. Making the move, taking the advantage, and now taking the lead. Ash Sutton, so he's just going to try and control this. But yeah, I mean, the reverse grid, it puts him down the order. He very quickly gets back nearer to the front, and then he takes the lead a few more laps on from that. Absolutely fantastic stuff from him. Collard's still doing well to be running in those positions of second, and he's still actually very close to Sutton at the same time. But yeah, Collard's done very well considering the machinery that he's got underneath him here today, and he'll just look to try and hopefully bring it home and continue running highly and get a good result.
You know, if I take my earphones off, I can hear the cars in the distance because I'm just outside the circuit towards the bus stop area, the only place with signal because it's right next to a mast. And I can hear the cars coming over the top of turn 9 and down towards the chicane. So that back straight, you can just about hear them. A little bit of door banging, and further back already, one of the nappers getting wide. That's Sam Osborne, who's getting forced out wide, but a little bit of a door bang between each other. Ingram still in 6th position. Osborne's in 10th. Oh, and he's just got a black and white flag for track limits. That seems harsh, but that would be for that before.
Absolutely. Ingram has got past Patterson as well. So Ingram gets past Patterson, and that is going to be a move for P5. And now Ingram's going to go after Moffat. So Ingram doing well to just now very much continue and continue his fight back now as well, higher up the order as we jump on board with Shedden. If you are synced up with us, trying to attack Taylor Smith, who is directly ahead in the number 50.
They're still in a battle. And this is what we like about it. It's cool, calm, and collected. Car 27, final warning out there as well. And Shedden sliding wide, and through will go Smiley with absolute ease. Didn't need one invitation twice. And he's hang on a minute. That's Aaron Taylor Smith now he's getting past. He's gone around the outside. Taylor Smith doesn't know he's there. There's door banging into the chicane. And he has to cut across the grass actually as well to Smiley. That'll give Shedden the advantage coming down the straight.
We are ready to go for qualifying for rounds 4, 5 and 6 for the second weekend here at Brands Hatch for the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. Welcome up to the box. JT taking you through the action of the qualifying session. JB will be back alongside myself for the qualifying race a little bit later on. Let's take a look at the Drivers' Championship after the first weekend, after round 3. It's Ash Sutton who leads on 61 points to Rainford on 43, Moffat on 40, Camish on 38 points in 4th. Then rounding out the top 5 is Shedden on 32 points. Dexter Patterson is on 31 points, Doble 29 points, and Tom Ingram all the way down in 8th place on 27 points after not the best first weekend at the Donington Park National Circuit. So we welcome you to Brands Hatch as we are a couple of minutes away from the start of the qualifying session. 2-minute board gets displayed in pit lane, and the drivers will get ready to go out and just getting strapped in. They're looking at the back of Josh Cook's car. They've got the boot open at the moment. There is Ash Sutton, who is sat in his car ready and waiting to go. The 1 minute board just about to be shown to all of the drivers and teams in pit lane. As we're looking down at the restart racing crew, Smiley and Dorlin, just waiting for the green light to go on and for them to be able to push the cars out into the fast lane and get going for this 15-minute session part 1, and then we will go into part 2 straight after that. Let's have a quick look at the qualifying groups, so you know who is out there before we do that. It's Sutton has 1 second of boost, Moffat has 5 seconds of boost, other drivers all have 15 seconds of boost seconds per lap. So group 1 for qualifying is De Leon, Doble, Sutton, Ingram, Smiley, Selby, Moffat, Chilton, Osborne, Cook and Dorlin. And group 2 for qualifying is Patterson, Camish, Rowbottom, Rainford, Morgan, Taylor Swift, Collard, Shedden, Hamilton and Buxton. As the teams look down to pit lane, the green light goes on and the green flag is waved and all of the teams push their cars out, and we are underway here for qualifying of the British Touring Car Championships. 15 minutes on the clock, and just going back to that, the 15 seconds of boost is a lot round this circuit for all of the other drivers. Of course, the shortest track we go to, just around 1.2 miles in length, not kill, also one of the shortest up in Scotland we will go to later in the year. Around the same length is Not Kill and Vans, give it a 1/10 of a mile or so. Around official length for Brands Hatch Indy, 1.2 miles in length, and Not Kill is up there in Scotland, 1.27 miles in length. So the boost around those two circuits especially going to be important as the cars come across the line to finish their first installation lap, and Sutton will head up to Druids. So will the two virtual cars of Ingram and Chilton. Sutton down in towards Graham Hill Bend gets a little bit loose and continues to warm up his tyres down the Graham Hill Bend and exit and down the back straight, and he will pull into pit lane, and they will no doubt do the tyre switch they normally do down there at Napa. So opening 2 minutes complete here for part 1 of qualifying. Everyone else just coming into the pit lane as well. They will change the tyres, change the setups a little bit if required, and go back out on track. Sutton pulls in, stops in front of his box. They will get the air jack in and change those tyres and do the hot swap on that car. Everyone out, well, everyone in the pit lane except Dorlin, I say that now, he also heads into pit lane. So all 11 cars now in the pit lane, and all of the changes will be done. Of course, you can get more laps here than any other circuit due to how short it is, how quick it is, how fast the lap times are. And cars start heading back out on circuit now. Osborne, Ingram, Cook are the first three to head out, followed by Sutton just exiting, and Chilton as well as Ingram, who is just going round down the back straight towards Surtees. Cook through Surtees, now up at McLaren, now down into Clearways and Clark Curve, and will complete the lap. His opening out lap of this stint, and Osborne will come across the line and will look to start a lap time down in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and could have taken more curb, a lot more curb. Goes against it for his opening lap time, as he'll exit Druids down in towards Graham Hill Bend. Hits the apex nicely. Looks like the bollard on the apex of Graham Hill Bend has already disappeared, which is not surprising at all. Probably the most hit bollards are the ones down on the inside of Graham Hill Bend going on to the Cooper Straight. As we head now down in towards Paddock Hill Bend, Osborne sets his opening lap time of a 50.089. And now Doble will exit Clearways through Clark Curve and goes across the line. Chilton went top with a 48.206. Now Mikey Doble will go top with a 47.917. Constantly improving, as these are the opening lap times, not the fastest lap times. As we go deeper into the session, we will get the faster lap times on the board, as Chris Smiley goes forth with his opening banker lap time of a 50-second lap, as he locks up going down the hill of Paddock Hill, as Osborne goes second on board with Ash Sutton, who is heading up across the line, as Chilton goes top 47.523. He was just in front. Doble 47.537, 14 thousandths of a second off Chilton's fastest lap at the top of the board. Currently on board with Vainford. And now Ingram goes through Clearways and Clark Curve, and he is setting a lap time. Personal best sector 1, personal best, is it? No, purple sector 2. It's a 47.564, 41 thousandths of a second faster than the top time, but Ash Sutton goes fastest by 6 thousandths of a second. It's a 47.517. The top 4 separated by 47 thousandths of a second. A very close qualifying session here. Dawda Leon is got a personal best sector 1 and 2. He sets another banker lap and comes within 8 tenths of the field. Osborne goes 5th, 47.811. Here comes Ingram up towards the line. Will he go faster? He goes top 47.426, and that is with a yellow non-improving sector 2. Sutton improves his time, not position, halves the gap between the two. So it's Ingram 47.426, Sutton 52 thousandths of a second behind. And now the top 4 separated by 0.111 of a second. Top 3 separated by 97 thousandths of a second. Dawda Leon comes across the line, goes 6th with a 0.797, still just under 4 tenths off, 0.371 of a second to be exact. We are inside now 7 minutes, coming towards 6.5 minutes left on this session. Ingram improves his time once again, a 47.412, yellow sector 1, purple sector 2, as Sutton goes across the line down in towards Paddock Hill Bend, takes a lot of curve through Paddock Hill Bend, even took a bit of grass there as he will start his lap time up until to Druids. Moffat completes another lap time, a 48.002. So Moffat heads up in towards Druids and exit of the corner down in towards Graham Hill Bend for his next lap time. Ingram once again set another purple sector 1. He will come across the line and he will improve his time once again. It's a 47.310. Cook goes 6 with a 47.679 as we head now up in towards Druids for Osborne. We're tracking Aidan Moffat's lap, who he comes into the pits and abandons that lap time. As now we are on board with Ash Sutton, heading into his pit box. And the leaf blower is immediately on the front of that car to try and help cool it down, ready for the final run and ready to try and take the top spot away from Tom Ingram at the moment. This is Dorlin heading towards Paddock Hill Bend, and we cut back to the start line to see Cook go in 5th with a personal best green sector 1 and an overall best purple sector 2. Here's Osborne down in towards Graham Hill Bend. We'll wait to see what his first sector time is, if it is anything to shout about. Down in towards Clearways and Clark Curve, Josh Cook heads up towards the line. His first sector time we do not have on the timing screen. For some reason, it has not appeared, as that is lap time disallowed for track limits for Dow de Leon, currently in 6th. As Chilton up across the line, does not improve. Just inside 4 minutes of this session left to go, coming up on 3.5 minutes remaining, and we will get ready for the final runs in this session. Of course, part 2 of qualifying coming up before the qualifying race after that. So still a long way to go in qualifying. This is just the first section of qualifying where the field is split into 2 parts. As Ingram is out of his car with 3 minutes left to go, so he believes that he has done enough. As Chilton comes across the line, 28.496 sector 1, and sector 2 was off, so does not improve. Mikey Doble does, however, with a 47.491. He goes up to 3rd, drops Chilton down to 4th. Top 5 separated by just under a quarter of a second, as Dow de Leon, an incredible lap time for him. He sets a purple overall best sector 2 at 18.858. His first sector was a 28.557. He goes second with a 47.415, so make that now the top 6 separated by just under a quarter of a second. As De Leon has a slow Sutton, just going down the back straight away, but none of them were both on a lap time. And De Leon backs off, heading down the Brabham straight and pulls to the inside of the wall, so he does not impede Sutton, who is starting a lap time down in towards Paddock Hill Bend, takes a lot of the dust again, gets a little bit sideways through Paddock Hill Bend, able to keep it all together. And Sutton, his 12th lap has been disallowed for track limits. Same with De Leon's 13th lap for track limits. That doesn't change anything at the top and in the running order at the moment. Smiley goes 8th. Moffat is improving in 10th. He goes 9th for a 47.748. Final minute left to go here in part 1 of qualifying for the British Touring Car Championship at Brands Hatch using the Indy circuit. If you are just joining us, welcome in. And this is De Leon going through Paddock Hill Bend, trying to set another lap time, trying to go faster. As across the line, that goes Cook, doesn't improve. Chilton and Ingram are in the pits. They have not returned, as we saw Ingram a couple of minutes ago out of the car talking to his engineers. So he thought he has done enough. At the moment, it looks like he has. Smiley locking up, the tyres smoking. He was putting them under so much pressure through Paddock Hill Bend. Sutton up towards the line, currently 3rd. Does he improve? No, as Sutton does not improve. He was 2 tenths off, 30,000 slower than his personal best time. He will get another go at it if he does wish, as he crossed the line with around 13 seconds to go. De Leon, even though he crossed the line before the checkered was thrown, he backs off. He is done, as the checkered flag is now shown from the start line, and we will have the final lap times come across. Osborne is on a personal best. Smiley comes across the line, doesn't improve. Same with Doble. Up across the line goes Osborne. He does improve, and he goes from 9th to 7th, and that is good from the Napa car. That was a 47.586. As that looks like part 1 of qualifying is done. No one is improving. De Leon had backed off. Doble has come across the line. Cook has come across the line. Osborne, Smiley, Moffat, Dorlin, and everyone else is in the pit. So that is qualifying wrapped up for part 1. Part 2 coming up next, and we will remind you of the drivers taking part in that in a few moments. So, results of part 1 of qualifying. Tom Ingram top with a 47.310. De Leon second with a 47.415. Sutton is 3rd with a 47.478. Doble 4th with a 47.491. Chilton was 5th with a 47.523. Josh Cook was 6th with a 47.541. Osborne down in 7th with a late improving lap time on his last lap time. That was a 47.586, followed by Lewis Selby. He did a 47.697. Smiley just behind him in 9th did a 47.737. 47.748 done by Moffat. And in last place in 11th, 47.941 done by Dorlin. So we will just have a little gap here between the part 1 and part 2 sessions. And that gap will only be a couple of minutes, as the qualifying format for the KwikFit British Touring Cars is very fast paced. There's not a lot of waiting around. And we have just got the green flag now. So cars already out on track, and race control telling us that the reference lap in the race control messages is a 47.310. So, qualifying part 2 underway here at Brands Hatch for the British Touring Cars. Let's just remind you of the drivers taking part in Group 2 for qualifying. Patterson, Camish, Rowbottom, Rainford, Morgan, Taylor Smith, Collard, Shedden, Hamilton and Buxton are your 10 drivers taking part in this session. They are all out on track doing an outlap right now, and they'll either come into the pits to swap their tyres around or continue on the track. 1 minute already gone in this session, coming up to 13.5 minutes remaining. On board with Dexter Patterson, who is heading up Clearways and Clark Curve with 13.5 minutes remaining now left in the session. He will head into the pit lane and will swap the tyres on that car. While he does that, we have the 9 other cars who are out on track continuing their warm-up laps and installation laps. Camish is on his first lap time. He will head round and he will decide to pit so they can change the tyres round on that Napa. And everyone else will, except for 1, 2 and 3 cars. That is Taylor Smith, one of them. Buxton is the second and Nick Hamilton is the third. Not deciding to pit, of course. Different setups, different front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive cars and what they need with the tyre swapping and all of the strategies that come with it. Rowbottom into his pit box. And no competitive lap times at the moment, as they are just getting the car ready. Patterson, as he was the first to go into the pit lane, he will be the first to come out of the pit lane and go in towards Paddock Hill Bend, or going up towards Druids. So Patterson will head down in towards Graham Hill Bend and he will warm up those tyres, get the car ready for his lap time qualifying attempt, with just coming up to 11 minutes to go in this session. As you can see on the race control messages, the lap time these drivers are trying to beat, a 47.310 done by Tom Ingram in part 1. So, the colours on your timing screen: if a time is yellow, no improvement. If a time is green, that is a personal best by the driver. If a time is purple, that is an absolute best across all drivers and the best time. In the session, outlaps, as you can see, are ongoing, with a couple of drivers on lap times just getting the car, just getting a feel of the car. Patterson will come across the line as just off the left of his onboard. As we come across the line, we can see Jonathan Palmer's helicopter landing at the circuit. So everyone must be on their best behaviour because the boss is in town. Patterson sets his banker lap time a 50.206. Camish did set a faster banker lap time, but that gets deleted due to track limits, of course. These are not the fully competitive lap times. We are still a couple of moments away from getting that. We may get one from Kamish, who has set a purple sector 1. Checking his timing screen to see where he will go. Rowbottom goes 3rd. Currently fastest Morgan with a 48.211. Shedding goes 5th, and Kamish looks to go top as he heads across the line for a first competitive lap time for him, and it's a 47.768 as we head down in towards Paddock Hill Bend for Kamish. We now pick up Morgan, who will head up towards the line. He will look to go faster, will he? Yes. He goes top, just under 2 tenths faster, 47.583. And Buxton will go 5th with his banker lap time. Coming up to the halfway point of the session in a moment, so we might have a little quiet period, but Kamish is on a lap time and is coming across the line. He looks to go fastest. He does, with a purple sector 2 by 37 thousandths of a second. Kamish faster than Morgan. It's a 47.546, and Dan Kamish goes up to the top in the Napa. Collard goes 3rd, 66 thousandths of a second back. So once again, a close qualifying session here, which is what we like to see, as Taylor Smith through clearways gets a little bit loose, able to save it. Took a little bit too much curb, but still able to improve up to 5th place in that Laser Tools racing car. Collard, purple sector 1, and he will come up towards the line, and he does improve on time but not position. Now the top 3 go within 53 thousandths of a second. Collard improves by 13 thousandths of a second. Rowbottom goes across the line. He improves to 6th. Patterson improves on time, not position, up there in 4th. Shelling goes 7th. Rainford now goes 5th with a 47.791 across the line. Hamilton improves down in 10th. He's still 3.1 seconds off the pace. Not got that car up to speed just yet, as he came out a little bit later than everyone else. Here's Rainford going down the Cooper Straight. Had Taylor Smith on his inside. Gets around him no problem. As Patterson will come into pit lane just behind him. But Rainford across the line. Will he improve? No, he is 3 tenths down on his fastest lap time. Inside 6 minutes to go here at Brands Hatch. Collard goes quicker. He's now within 23 thousandths of a second of the fastest time, and it's a 47.569 for Ricky Collard. Top 4 now separated by 0.129 of a second, and top 5 was separated by nearly a quarter of a second, but Rainford will come across the line and he will improve his time with a purple sector 2. So now the top 5 separated by 1.5 tenths of a second. Very close qualifying here. Hamilton will improve his lap time by just under 2 seconds, still 1.3 seconds off the pace in that 28 car. As down the Cooper Straight goes Shedden. He had a yellow no improvement sector 1 time. As Hamilton improving once again, everyone will head into the pits to get ready for any final stints they may want to carry out while everyone else comes into the pit lane. Kamish says, I want this empty track and this clear track. I will head back out on to the track. Hamilton improves once again. He's now within 3/4 of a second of the fastest time. It's a 48.302 for Nick Hamilton. Kamish, Collard, Morgan and Rowbottom all on an out lap. As Hamilton is improving once again, it's a 29.057 sector 1 time as he will head through clearways, gets the car sideways, able to get the drive through Clark Curve, and he will improve another 0.2. It's a 48.127, now within 0.6 of the fastest lap time and only a 1/10 between him and the next car up, which is Rowbottom, currently in 9th in the Plato Racing car. The other Plato Racing car, Morgan, is in 3rd with a 47.583, 37th thousandths behind the leader. There goes the bollard. The bollard got absolutely decimated, and even a bit of bodywork or a bit of the headlight. The headlight actually smashed on the bollard for Dexter Patterson. It is still standing though. Just Dexter Patterson hasn't got a left headlight anymore. As Kamish will head round to complete a lap time, he will use the remainder of his boost to start a lap time. He was on a lap time, but it was 6 seconds slower, so he will start a fast lap time now. Down in towards Paddock Hill Bend. These cars are so on the limit that their rear tyres are smoking as they go down the hill with all of the pressure of the dip and then the rise up towards Druids. As that bollard is now gone, so someone behind Patterson has hit it, and it's now laying flat on the grass to the side. Patterson, with no left headlight, comes across the line, doesn't improve. With just coming up to 1 minute left on this session, inside 1.5 minutes now. As Kamish set a purple sector 2, but was still 69 thousandths of a second off the pace. As now we have Taylor Smith and Patterson improve in personal best at sector 1s. Taylor Smith goes 6th. Patterson to the top with a 47.496. But here comes Kamish to spoil the party. 47.410. We are exactly 1/10 of a second off of the reference time with 47 seconds now to go. Rowbottom goes 7th for a 47.757. That lap time gets deleted due to track limits. At turn 3 down at Graham Hill Bend, he will drop back down to 9th. 20 seconds to go here at Brands Hatch for the split part of qualifying before we get into our qualifying race. Taylor Smith comes across the line once again. He sets a purple sector 2. He goes up to 5th with a 47.667. And now Rainford will go 5th. He will improve. Collard up towards the line. He goes 2nd, a 47.458, 48 thousandths within the leader, but it looks like part 1 of qualifying might be the faster group at this rate, but here comes Adam Morgan to try and change that. He improved in sector 1, will he improve in sector 2? Yes, he goes up to third. Not enough. It's a 47.474. I hope you like your 4s and 7s, because that's all that number includes. Checkered flag is out, and Rainford is improving. He's currently 6th. Will he improve? He goes up to 5th with a 47.584. And that is it. So, part 1 of qualifying will take the inside row. Part 2 of qualifying will take the outside row of the grid for the qualifying race coming up in around half an hour's time. We will get the cars back in pit lane and they will get ready to open the pit lane once again, head out onto the grid for the qualifying race scheduled around 3 o'clock. So around 25 minutes we will have the formation lap for the qualifying race. Formation lap is scheduled to start at 3:05, so for half an hour until the formation lap, but the pit lane will open a little bit before that. Qualifying race is 18 laps of this Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Let's go through the classification for part 2 of qualifying. Camish was top with a 47.410. 48 thousandths behind that was Collard with a 47.458. Then 16 thousandths behind Collard. 64 thousandths behind the leader was Morgan with a 47.474. And then down there was Patterson in 4th with a 47.496. Top 4 separated by 86 thousandths of a second. Top 5 separated by 0.174 of a second. That was Rainford with a 47.584. The top 6 was separated by 0.219 of a second, as Taylor Smith set a 47.629. Shannon was down in 7th. He set a 47.792 with a 47.817 being set by Buxton. Rowbottom in 9th set a 47.835, and then down in 10th place was the Virtue of Hamilton with a 48.127. So we will get the grid all set up and ready. We'll get the cars in order, and then the pit lane will open so that they can get ready to form up on the grid for this 18-lap qualifying race around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Let's transition over, getting ready for the qualifying race.
And hello everybody, and welcome back up to the commentary box as we are gearing up for all of the action from today's races, as it will be our second ever qualifying race coming up. Thanks to JT for taking us through that one. We'll be hearing more from him in a moment, but it's 18 laps ahead of us, and it'll be our first sprint of the year at Brands Hatch. Got 2 of these coming up, so it should be quite entertaining. Hello everybody, first time you see me on Facecam today, as there's a spider just billowing below, creeping down beside me. That's a great way to go on air first time, isn't it? Let's just pick you up and Drop you on the floor down there. So we are all set then for the qualifying to begin. JT's going to take a little bit of a breather just to get his voice back. Fully understandable as to why he does that. I hope my bus mixer is coming through to you. Can you hear me? Give us a thumbs up if you can hear me on the stream, because I don't know if that's actually working or not. Oh, yes, it is. Lovely. So, what a session to come into it. We're going to have a little bit of a look at what that does to everything coming in. This is our qualifying race coming up. Row 1 will be Tom Ingram alongside Dan Camish. Dan's going to be on the soft compound tyre. We know that. Row 2, that's going to be Dowell de Jong and Ricky Collard. Row 3 will take us with Ash Sutton on the soft alongside Adam Morgan, also on soft tyres. Row 4, Mikey Doble and Dexter Patterson. Dexter's going to be on the softs. Row 5, Tom Chilton and Charles Rainford, both on soft tyre compounds. Row 6, Josh Cook and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Guess what? On softs. Row 7, Sam Osborne and then Gordon Shedham. He's on softs. Row 8 then takes us with Lewis Selby and Max Buxton, both on soft compound tyres. And then row 9 takes us with Chris Smiley and Dan Rowbottom on softs. Row 10 is Aidan Moffat alongside Nick Hamilton. We know Nick's going to be on softs. And on row 11, it's going to be James Dorlin who's going to line up on that back row of the grid. My old mucker who I was talking with as well. Well, what a qualifying session we just had. Well done once again to JT. We'll be hearing him shortly for all of the action. But right now, we've got 18 laps set for us here. And a lot more entertaining action coming through as JB Motorsports brings you our own commentary across this. Just a reminder, tomorrow you can also join us for rounds 4, 5 and 6 of the championship. We're underway from 10 o'clock UK time with the first couple of races with our music commentary. And then as soon as ITV give us TV pictures, we'll commentate on the support action as well throughout the weekend. As my microphone had a bit of a moment. There's a lot of anticipation coming ahead of this one as the cars get set up. Around about 20 minutes to go until the green light, and we will be underway. It'll be our usual 5-light procedure. Let's just have a replay then. This was earlier on. This is what happened in the qualifying race at Donington Park when the lights went out as well from the getaway. This was, of course, the first time we had that start light sequence, and I think they're just going to replay the entire race with 3, 4 and 5 lights. I haven't actually seen this from the gantry because I was down at across the start line, so it was a nice getaway initially as well from the grid from Tom Ingram. Sutton sort of came alongside him, and then it was very much their battle all the way down towards the first couple of corners. So I'm not exactly too upset about how that all turned out, but I suppose it could have been worse, it could have been better. We are gearing up though for the start of that session, as hopefully it's going to be... I just want it to be nice, really. I do, I really do. I don't want it to be any of the problems or anything. I just want a nice, smooth run. Okay, well, whilst we wait for ITV to give us our main TV pictures for the session and get Louise the grid walk, we're going to step away for a few moments' time, but we'll have the music on the background, and then we'll return with our JB Motorsports commentary shortly. You're back with us live here on JB Motorsports with our own commentary action as we gear up for the qualifying race here. Good afternoon, everybody. We've had qualifying, we've had practice. Now it's time for the first race action of the weekend happening here at Brands Hatch. It is the second KwikFit British Touring Car Championship qualifying race, and we are all set for a calamity. It's going to be 18 laps ahead of us in total, and this is something special. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back up to the commentary box. First qualifying race then here at Brands Hatch. 18 laps. JT's back alongside me in the commentary box as well after he commentated on that qualifying session, which was quite a lot, actually. JT, I'm not going to let you do all the talking because you have got a sore throat. You did very well. But first touring car action, how are you feeling?
Hello, and yes, you are JT is voice only for today, because if I turn my camera on, then you'll have to look at all of my sunburn, which you do not want to do. But we're just still looking down on the grid. It's a pretty packed grid for a qualifying race, I'm not going to lie, as we have the 5-minute board coming up in a couple of minutes time, so the grid will start to clear.
They've already got the
we'll get
coming
ready
next
for
one.
18 laps.
Yep, 18 laps ahead of us, which is going to be quite a fun championship battle. I'm hoping for a good one. This is a look at how the standings are after our first weekend of the season. It is going where Ash Sutton leads the championship on 61 points. That's to Charles Rainford, who has 43 points, and Aidan Moffat has 40. Yeah, surprising everybody. Dan Camish.
Insane
You gone?
that Ingram is 8th.
Yeah,
Insane.
Despite winning 2 of the 4 races at Donington, he's right down the order. That's what I can't believe. Getting disqualified from the qualifying race and losing race 1, and then just having a bad race 2, race 3 coming into it. He has only 1 second coming into it. Ash Sutton, 2 wins and a 2nd place officially on the board. That's how insane the weekend is. Mikey Doble inheriting the first win of the season. He's on 29 points as well. But yeah, I think JT, that's sort of the surprising nature of this championship as we open up our brand new timing screen for this one now, because I was trackside last time, we didn't get to use it, but this time me and JT will always be on the screen with the full driver tracker, because we have a new camera position on the box as well getting set up. Yeah, so it is quite insane that for Tom Ingram to be 8th fastest, he's really losing out a lot of time, isn't he, JT?
He is, yes, and I see we have teleported down to the bottom right of the screen.
We have.
Hello.
Yes, we are there now. So that's our new positions coming into it. Nina's sending me loads of photos because she's coming into it. As way, this is what I was saying with the championship points. Look, Rainford in 2nd, Moffat now 3rd, Camish 4th, Shedden 5th, Patterson 6th, Doble 7th, Ingram in 8th. But there's another factor on this, JT, is the fact is that these races count. They're not official championship victories, they're qualifying race wins. But there are points on the board, they do matter, they do count, and if you mess up here, like Ash Sutton, you start at the back for race 1. There's an awful lot of pressure in these races. 2 questions. 1, who's going to mess it up? 2, what did you actually think of them when we were at Donington?
That was an incredible time for the thing that I was watching to go to a pre-recorded thing and put it at max volume. But yeah, it's insane. Also, we were talking about how Tom Ingram 8th, but it's insane how after DNFing in the qualifying race and starting last in race 1, how Sutton has got such a big championship lead.
He's got 18 points to Charles Rainford. I literally, when I interviewed him after, I can't remember, I think it was race 2, wasn't it, or something like that, maybe after race 1, I said, you are the king of the comebacks. Every disadvantage that happens to you just comes back. And he had a massive smile on his face. Do you remember after the qualifying race, I was in the paddock and I said, I'm not going to go near him. I'm not going to talk to him. I'm not going to go near him. He's going to be miserable. He had a face like thunder. even in the morning, he had a face like thunder. After race 1, he was beaming from ear to ear. Race 2, still beaming. Race 3 was absolutely, a reverse grid race win was unbelievable. And I think we're going to see quite a similar factor here today, don't you think?
Yeah, and it's Brands Hatch Indy. It's a difficult track. You have Paddock Hill, you have track limits is going to come into this, I think, as well. But track limits more tomorrow with 24 laps instead of today's 18. But yeah, just got to keep it on the track, make sure it's all okay. And we are only a couple of minutes from the formation lap.
Yep, and it'll be 2 formation laps before lining up on the grid because this is the Indy circuit and it's getting rather hot out there. It did cloud over earlier on, but now it's back to being bright. 16-degree Celsius air temperature. Track temperature is now at 30, so it's quite boiling under the foot. And that's where these touring cars work best. And it's nice looking. Here's the grid then, just to confirm it once again. Tom Ingram and Dan Camish have row 1. Dal de Jong and Rob Collard, Ricky Collard, there you go, put another pound in. He starts in row 2, 3rd and 4th. Row 3 sees Ash Sutton alongside Adam Morgan, so they take that one over. Everybody's starting this race on soft tyres, by the way. No one's going to go for the mediums. Row 4 sees Mikey Doble alongside Dexter Patterson. Row 5, Tom Chilton alongside Charles Rainford. And row 6 sees Josh Cook and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Row 7 is Sam Osborne and Gordon Shedden. Row 8 is Selby and Buxton. Then row 9, Smiley and Rowbottom. Row 10, we'll see Moffat on the board as well alongside Hamilton. And row 11, James Dorlin. Keeps sounding like there's a Hoover going on in the background, James. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but it must be on the circuit somewhere. But these qualifying races were brought in to try and bring more fans trackside on the Saturday. And it's done a bit like Formula 1 and hands with the sprint races and MotoGP. Every session now counts in a touring car weekend. Practice sets the running order for qualifying. Qualifying sets the grid for the qualifying race. Qualifying race sets the grid for race 1. Race 1 results sets to race 2. Reverse grid for race 3 for the points. So everything matters. But looking at the banking here, we both have been to Brands Hatch numerous times. There's not many more fans on that banking than there was on media day when we were there, is there?
I want to say it's more because of the grandstands. Like more would go for the grandstands than on the banking, and also the island in the middle was a little bit more packed. But yeah, it was an media day for Wednesday. It was an incredible turnout. It helped that it was the Easter holidays, I think, a little bit, as they normally hold it on the Easter holidays. But the formation lap is underway. Cars are heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first of their formation laps.
Let's check in then with ITV very quickly because they're going to do an interview. We're going to have over there now down the pits with Ash Sutton.
Have that minimum number of laps available. As far as this is concerned, it is going to be seconds rather than laps. So for Tom Ingram, he's got the most available here, and Dan Cameron's got 7 seconds, 20 seconds to go to Leon. What you're looking at is the laps available into race 1 tomorrow, but it's time for race 2. The soft tyre is allocated for this qualifying race, so it's everybody on the same soft tyre. We only need to worry about the option, which is the medium, when we get to championship races tomorrow. Cars making their way then back up towards the grid.
Well, I thought we were going to have an interview there because we were told we would. Go on.
Were Toka Radio playing Sirius?
Yes, they are not playing the usual everybody wants to rule the world. It's I thought I told you that on qualifying day. They've changed now. For the qualifying race, it's that, and then it's everybody wants to rule the world on the normal days.
Alright. You Brands Hatch, you've got the best. You have not got them 4 wide. It's time for the qualifying race.
It's a weird one. It's a weird one as they come into it. So we're gearing up then for 18 laps for the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship. First time, actually, JT, I've ever commentated on the touring cars with this lip mic. Yeah, oh, well, we were at Media Day together, and I was at trackside, and I had the handheld. So first time I've actually used the lip mic. So I'm channeling Ben Edwards on round 4 of the season. The tension is rising. Go on.
Right. Is this technically round 3.5?
Well, from everybody I spoke to at Donington, they all counted the qualifying race as 0.5 as a round. So, yeah, this is technically 3.5.
Okay.
0 to 60 in 3.5. There's the joke for you for Shut Up and Drive. Oh, I really hope this is a good one. I don't want more drama. We had enough of that at Donington, with Ingram and Sutton coming together. Ingram's got a chance now to fight back on the championship run here. Nina is listening in at the moment, and I know everybody is going to wish us the same congratulations for completing the pretty muddy 5K Race for Life. Raised over £365. Absolutely incredible. Well done.
Nina, first of all, congratulations. And on a scale of 1 to 10, how muddy are you?
I saw photos. She was actually pretty muddy, which is the apt of the name. Also, she's at Brands Hatch tomorrow at the circuit, so I believe Mike, Keith, I know you're listening, you might need to lift her up and carry her up, because I doubt she's going to go up the stairs to that grandstand. We're all set then for 18 laps of the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. Tom Ingram, remember, has not had the best look of getting away well from the grid. Those front ends just spin up on the Hyundai a bit too much. James Dorlin lines up at the back. 1.2079 miles is the Indy circuit. Track temperature 30 degrees. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. Lights out! The second qualifying race is underway, and it's a great start coming from Darrell de Jong. He's going to split between Ingram and Camish, coming down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Ingram has the inside line. Right behind them comes de Jong, and there goes the Ford Focus Titaniums with Divings on the inside. Ash Sutton trying to find a way through. He's already up into second position, and just like he was at Donington Park, he's battling with Ingram. They're side by side as Sutton now tries to swing around the outside of de Jong. De Jong goes on the inside and pushes Ingram wide at Graham Hill Bend. De Jong takes the lead briefly. Sutton comes back through on the inside. Ingram's down to about 5th position as he's been passed by Ricky Collard, and Sutton leads before the end of the first lap. Can you believe it's happened immediately, JT?
It has, and now round clearways, Clark curves for the third time. I said they weren't for a vest. We were very nearly 3 wide going down in towards Clark Curve, now down in towards Paddock Hill Bend. That was an elite outlaw sprint car reference on the formation lap, if you did indeed get that well done. Up on the inside, that is Ingram. Round the outside goes Rainford, and now down towards Graham Hill Bend. That is sideways, and that is Rainford getting all over the place. And guess what?
He's in Chilton! He's in Chilton! Oh, come on, JT. He hit Chilton into the side, and so Chilton's now down to last. The Virtue Boys now be a great one. Go on, JT.
Brands Hatch, you wanted the best. You've got the best. You've got them 4 abreast down at Graham Hill Bend.
4 abreast, and he ended up with Chilton having damage, and he's been sent wide. Ingram's trying to go around the outside now. Dan Camish, and I don't think that's going to work out. Is that Ricky Collard? Yes, it is. Ricky Collard up into 4th place, but again, that rear looking a little bit too loose. That's in the older Team Virtue Hyundai car from last year, so it's not all paid off as that's Sam Osborne trying to throw it on the inside of Aaron Taylor-Smith for 9th position, coming up towards Druids, dropping down now in towards Graham Hill Bend. There's still a couple of places that you have to go for the attack, but what an absolutely storming start, and Ash Sutton is on course for his 3rd win of the season before we even get to the actual championship battle. Look at Osborne, that rear left of the Ford Focus Titanium, just locking up as it oversteers as the front end goes down to front wheel drive car, remember, so as you turn into the right, the rear left steps up, and just taking a look now, Sutton has an advantage already of 4/10 0.1 of a second to Daryl de Jong, JT, as he comes up. Now, can de Jong fight back? Because that West Surrey Racing was actually surprisingly faster than everybody looked. And even Nina said how quick it looked. She'll be back with us soon in the championship up in the box. That was Rainford, got hit by Osborne, got hit by Chilton, and then just ended up back into them side by side at Graham Hill Bend, JT.
I didn't expect to be seeing them fall wide, but here we are, and I find it insane how they played serious. I did an outlaw sprint car reference about them not being 4 wide, and then they decide to go 4 wide. Across the line we go in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Sutton still leads. De Leon's doing well up in second. He's able to keep his position that he got from qualifying a little bit earlier on. Taylor Smith up on the inside. He's defending on Osborne, who was going around the outside. Now tries to go to the inside, but Taylor Smith defends that inside line, but he's got the other Laser Tools car with Shedden just behind him.
Yep, Flash is trying to find a way through as they come down in towards Graham Hill Bend. There's a little bit of a cheeky look trying. Shedden jumps over the curb a bit too much, and right behind them, of course, you've got to throw in as well with Selby in the other Ford Focus. And look at Josh Cook having the attack. Right, this is the replay on board. This is Ash Sutton. Perfect getaway from Ash. Brilliant getaway from that BMW. Just like last year, JT. The front end just grips up. I remember we saw Turkington make a storming start like that a couple of seasons ago.
And they were even 3 wide going into turn 1 on a lap 1, and especially here at a place like Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit this time. And Brands Hatch overall, because it's the same turn 1 as De Leon. Whoa, that was a dive bomb maneuver down at Graham Hill Bend. But yeah, you know it as well as I do,
yeah,
JB. Paddock Hill is not a place to go 3 wide on lap 1, let alone any time.
Not unless...
I'm surprised someone didn't bin it.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. Not unless you want to be upside down coming into the exit. Ricky Collard, despite having a car which he quoted at Brands Hatch to me as saying, it's undrivable, it's dangerous, it's oversteering, it's understeering. He complained to me he only had 4 hours in the car. He's come back to a circuit he's actually done testing at, and suddenly he's setting the fastest lap of the weekend, 47.634. So it's going well for Ricky, and if he can just get 3rd place away from Cam, that would be a dream result to be on the top 3 in the sprint. Well, it's not really a sprint, is it? It's the qualifying race. All the sprint races are here, but you have to call it a qualifying race because, to be honest with you, JT, honestly, I see next year the qualifying race just becoming race 1, and we have 3 races on the Sunday. So this will become, I think, race 1 of the weekend. It technically already is, but Osborne fights on the inside there of Shedden, and now battling back with Cook as well, actually.
Yeah, as side by side going through Clark Curve, that is Cook and Osborne, and Cook is on the inside line. This is battle for 11th. Cook takes a lot of the curb, Osborne around the outside. Cook able to defend that position.
And now on the inside, the 2 Fords are battling. Osborne getting tapped a little bit by Selby. Round the outside, that's James Dorlin, who started this race in last position. He's already moved his way up brilliantly, honestly, to 14th place. James has made a storming start, honestly, fantastic. And one of the most likeable guys at the touring car paddock as well, actually. Always stops for a chat and had a birthday 2 days before mine. Anyway, now on the attack once again, we're seeing this is actually Collard's attempt to go around the outside of Camish, coming into Paddock Hill Bend. A little bit lighter off. Camish's rear steps out. He caught the curb with the rear right. That understeered him. Coming up Hailwood Hill in towards Druids. And come on, Ricky. Can you find a way through? Because Tom Ingram's right there. Top 5 in a battle now. Sutton, de Jong, Camish, Collard and Ingram. Black and white flag for the 22 as well for track limits as Dorlin gets through on Selby with a tremendous move when he's bringing his teammate with him with Chris Smiley. Dan Rowbottom is battling now with the 99 of Rainford, and he's trying to come on the inside of Aidan Moffat in the 16. So Plato Racing have gone from highs to lows, and Robo is battling hard with Rainford, and Chilton's now joined the party. He's gone back past the guy who forced him off the track earlier on. He's going on the inside line coming into Clark Curve on the 32 of Robo. Chilton 2 wheels up. door to door as they come through onto the start-finish straight. Chiltern should have the inside line coming in towards Paddock Hill Bend. We've got Rainford just behind, waiting to slip through. Surely Rowbottom is going to have to back out of this one. It does so. Chiltern takes it, but Rainford's going to push Robo wide, and Robo's in a half spin and keeps it together as they come up Halewood Hill in towards Druids. How did Robo save that? And he's going to return the favour by nerfing Rainford out of the way. Wow, JT, that's a wonderful bit of gamesmanship because Rainford's coming back at him now at Graham Hill Bend.
Yep, up the inside goes Rainford, and Rowbottom still is behind, and now Rowbottom tried to go round the outside, unable to at 30s. That was a brave move. He gets on the grass on the inside of McLean's, and now up on the inside of Clearways, very nearly to contact was Rowbottom to the back of Rainford, and Rainford starts to pull away as they go across the line to start lap 11 of 18.
Flies by, doesn't it? Time flies when you're having fun, and that's what Brands Hatch is. Fun on a Saturday. And look at that Collard again, still with that fast lap. And fastest sector 1 in speed trap is actually Ingram, 114.9 mile per hour. Very quick lap time from him. Fastest lap record though, it was Sutton, De Jong, Ingram, Camish, Collard. So they've all been flying around, but in terms of lap leaders here, Sutton has just had it from the get-go. Got a bit more information up here in the commentary box this year for information. Black and white flag now coming in for the 32 of Rowbottom, and that is the 80 of Tom Ingram. That's for track limits now being flashed up. Last lap comparison between Sutton and De Jong, 48.157, but De Jong was a tenth of a second faster. The gap now down to 0.315 with a few laps to go, 5 to go in this one. As Shedden tries to have a look on the inside of his teammate Aaron Taylor-Smith. Josh Cook's just behind him, Sam Osborne there as well as they come out of Druids down into Graham Hill Bend. And which way is that Laser Tools Racing Toyota going to go? As again, just a little bit wide coming there for Taylor-Smith. And I think Flash is going to find his way through, and I think Cookie wants to have a little attack too, JT. And he is looking for it.
Yeah.
Look, there he goes.
Shedden goes wide. That allows Cook up on the inside, and now they're side by side going down the Brabham straight down towards Paddock Hill. They are both using the boost Shedden van out before Cook, and now up the inside goes Cook and takes the position away. JB, I am checking behind the scenes.
Lovely. So Cook is 10th, Shedden at 11th, and Osborne is 12th, and that's a nice little battle joining in. This is the replay that all started. We're watching further back at, no, that's on the inside. That's Taylor-Smith and Shedden making contact. Shedden went for a move down at Graham Hill Bend, and Aaron just turned right into him. So the two Laser Tool boys having a ding-dong. Well, I think, to be fair, Aaron didn't know he was there. That looked to me, that was a flash attempt to go through. And it's a black and white flag for Dowell de Jong for track limits, and now that's Cook. Cook is now back ahead of Shedden, and he's on the back of Taylor-Smith for 9th place. They come over the line, lap 14 of 18, into Paddock Hill Bend. Is there a cheeky look on the inside? No, there's not, but Josh Cook has got such an awesome momentum coming up Halewood Hill towards Druids, and again, Taylor-Smith goes defensive. Cook's going around the outside. We cut away at the wrong time to look on board with Dowell de Jong, who I swear just gave a finger to the back of Sutton there. I don't know if that's going to be quite right if my eyes saw that correctly, but it's a John Cleland moment if it was, because he's right on the back of him right now. I don't think Dowell's that type of person, really. He's a lovable chap. As Taylor-Smith's 9th, Cook is 10th, Shedden 11th still in that battle. Cook has yet to pass him, as over the line, lap 15 of 19. Collard still in 4th position, but he's under attack from his teammate of Ingram, and he's trying to attack Camish, who's looking very unsteady in that titanium Ford Focus. Up the hill we go then in towards Druids again, and still Josh Cooks is separating the two Laser Tools cars. Sensational.
Yep, down in towards Graham Hill Bend now the cars go, and this battle continues to rage on with Taylor-Smith, Cook and Shedden as we look a little bit further forward.
This is
as my TV pictures. JB, do not go off of the tab because then they will lag and you're behind.
Oh yeah, don't do that. This is the move on the inside. This is Josh Cook briefly getting ahead, and does get ahead of Aaron Taylor-Smith. So Cookie is up into 9th place. He's done it. Well done, lad. Well, that's more like it. I feel like that's the way to do it, sort of screams up. Sutton, 48.6 as they come into it. There's still a lot of traction. What a battle. What a joy. This is fantastic stuff. Lap 16 of 18. Over now we come again. Sutton leads by 4/10 over that last lap time to Dal de Jong in P2. 2 to go in the qualifying race here at Brands Hatch Indy. Right now, are we about to see Flash and Taylor Smith pass by Sam Osborne? Track limits for Adam Morgan, turn 3, so the Plato Racing boy better be careful. Hello to Steve Curry watching along. Hope you're enjoying the action. I know some of you are listening to us trackside at Brands. Thank you very much. Lock up, Josh Cook! Puncture! Josh Cook with a puncture, straight off. Front right has gone down, and that allows everybody back through. And a great race for him ends with a soft tyre blowing up. And now the battle is on for 9th place between between Taylor Smith and then Shedden, Osborne, Dorlin, all in there. But for JT, Josh Cook's out of it.
Yeah, unfortunate for Cook there, as we're on the final lap now for the leader.
Now, that's Flash. Did he get ahead then? I didn't spot it. Yes, he did. Flash is ahead. No, he's not. No, Aaron Taylor Smith's still ahead there. And Osborne.
Yes.
Osborne trying to go on the outside of Shedden. It's the poor ITV camera quality there. Flash takes a bit too much curve through turn 1. Sam's going to go around the outside. That Ford should be powerful enough. Coming into it, there goes James Dorlin trying to look on the inside of Osborne. Just gets a little bumper alongside him. But what about this man? He was out in the qualifying. Oh, and Dal de Jong nearly goes straight on. He tried a lunge and it didn't work out. 3 out of 5. Not bad. What a drive. Ash Sutton wins the qualifying race here at Brands Hatch. De Jong is second, Camish third, Collard fourth, Ingram, Morgan, Doble, Patterson, Taylor Smith, Shedden, Osborne, Dorlin, Selby, Smiley, Chilton, Rainford, Moffat, Rowbottom, Buxton, Cook and Hamilton. But it is Aaron Taylor Smith who did hold on to 9th place, but Patterson got them. But Ash Sutton, 3 out of the 5, 4 impressive drives. What a run, JT. This is something else.
Yeah, incredible run. He will extend his championship lead out the front, and even a couple of battle scars on the front from the race start.
Wow.
But an incredible race for the 116 car.
His season is DNF, second, win. That's it. Out of the 5 races we've had, he's been on the podium in 4 of them. He's won 3 of them. And one of those was from the back of the grid, where he claimed second. Ash is unbelievable. What a race as well from Ricky Collard. 4th on the grid for tomorrow's race 1. Superb effort. Really strong. Really well done there. Got to pass technical though. Gets it all under. Let's have a replay at the moment. He took the checkered flag over the line. Flashing the lights. Yeah, this is Ash's year. Honestly, that is, it makes me smile because I saw how miserable he was at Donington after that qualifying race on Sunday morning, and then he just lit up like a Christmas tree. And that's Josh Cook, who actually did complete the 2 laps, JT, with a puncture. He didn't come into the pits. Oh, he did come into the pits. He ended a lap down, and Hamilton was actually 2 laps down, so he had a problem out there. Are they going to pass Ash? What's going on here? It's technically, yep, thumbs up. Good, they've weighed it. Just took a while for the machine to weigh him. Ash wins the qualifying race and picks up yet more championship points on the board. That's not the end of our commentary here on JB Motorsports today. We do have the Vera Tools British F4 Championship to commentate on in around about an hour's time. So there's a lot more to take to come into this one, which is not surprising. As we'll take our cameras off the stream, as we will just do the final bits of the commentary before we hand back over to JT to play the music and produce the next hour, whilst I work out exactly what is going on, because I can't actually work
I
it
should
out.
probably open OBS up and get that ready. That might be a good idea.
Yes, because... Did you just open it? Because I can hear the music. Let's confirm how they finished then. I heard the music in the background. Let's confirm how they finished then. Ash Sutton victorious from Darryl de Jong, Dan Camish, Ricky Collard, Tom Ingram, Adam Morgan, Mikey Doble, Dexter Patterson, Aaron Taylor-Smith, and Gordon Shedden rounds out the top 10. Then in 11th, it was Sam Osborne with 12th to James Dorlin. Brilliant drive from him from the back of the grid. Lewis Selby in 13th, Chris Smiley 14th, 15th from Tom Chilton, Charles Rainford is 16th, Aidan Moffat 17th, Daniel Rowbottom 18th, Max Buxton 19th, Josh Cook suffering that puncture, he'll now start race 1 from 20th, and Nick Hamilton is 21st. It is a glorious day here at Brands Hatch. Compare that to the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, which is going to have a wet practice, and we're unsure about qualifying. Just to give you a heads up over there, but Louise is with our winner.
Imagining?
Oh, don't, Louise. That was mega. I mean, don't get me wrong, the heavens opened. I felt a bit like Jesus, where the path just opened for me. But yeah, it was a perfect getaway. Obviously, got Ricky, got down into turn 1. And then, yeah, Darryl and Tom got stuck into each other, and it just made it a little bit easier for me.
Well, yeah, but it still can't have been that easy.
No. I'm even more out of breath than what I was come qualifying. So, yeah, I mean, that was 18 qualifying laps just to hang in. We knew we're strong in Sector 1. We actually just maximised that every single time. Yeah, I can't keep with the BM in the last sector, but it was just enough to just counteract that. But the car is in an amazing place at the minute. I'm in a good place with it. We're singing in harmony.
Is it in a different place to where it was last time out? Have you done some more work on it to dial it in?
No, I think the car you're seeing now is the car that got me from the back of the grid to the front and then got me to 2 race wins. So we haven't evolved, we haven't developed. All we've done is extract absolutely everything from qualifying to put us somewhere near the front, and then a bit of lady luck fell our way. So I'll take that. It sets us up nicely for tomorrow.
You've just got one final question. We were imagining, what was the look on your face when you saw the path open for you? How wide was that smile?
It was, but at the same time, you still don't know how you're going to fare out for the race. So that moment in time, obviously, yeah, don't get me wrong. I thought Darryl was going to squeeze me a bit more, but he was fair. He was even with me. So, yeah, just a big smile on my face when I saw that gap come up here, and I made the most of it.
Good stuff. Well done. Let's go and find that man, Darryl. Get his thoughts on the race. I'll just see if I can jump in ahead of Alan Hyde, the circuit commentator, who's always very good. Thank you very much, Alan. So, Darryl, well, that was an interesting, a lively race.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that's what the qualifying race is made to do. So, as long as you all enjoyed it, I was under pressure, but yeah, it was a great race.
Just talk us through the opening lap, because obviously Ash was just telling us it all absolutely fell into place for him, and part of that was the little tangle that you had with Tom. Just talk us through that one.
To be honest, it all happened so fast. I remember that I went for the lead. I was on the inside, and I don't see anything wrong with that. So yeah, I think Ash then slipped up through. It got past all of us, and then after it settled down, it was constant lapping for however long it was, but Ash really didn't put a foot wrong, so fair play to him.
Well, he was just saying to me that he was like every single lap was a qualifying lap. Was it feeling the same for you, trying to hunt him down?
It was, yeah. It was trying to, yeah. It literally felt, you know, I was pushing to try catch Ash, and I feel like he wasn't. Well, I hope he wasn't on a Sunday drive. So, yeah, it was a good race. Let's just see what we can do tomorrow. Massive thanks to all my commercial partners for their support, and we'll see.
Finally, bit of a moment on that last lap at the final corner.
Yeah, I heard the radio call last lap, so I was like, right, Darryl, you're winning this now. Carried more speed through 30s. I was like, right, on the brake, bang. And then as soon as I hit the brakes, I was like, uh-oh. Looked down, I was in the wrong gear, it all got messed up. And I was just like, just keep it on the track. Managed literally just to. My left wheels are right up to the gravel, but yeah, managed to keep it in second in front of Dan Cam.
Yeah, well done. Heart in the moment, mouth all round there. Well done, you. Right, let's go over and grab a word with our third place finisher, Dan Camish. He's just, look at those hands, talking the story of a race, as those hands always do. Dan, P3, are you happy with that one, or are you kind of a little ruining things that could have been?
Yeah, I'm happy. It was all decided in the first 200 metres. I've got a really good start, but unfortunately, De Leon, you know, in the rear-wheel drive BMW also got a very good one, and he managed to get between me and Tom, so I couldn't come right into the track. So he kind of hung me up out to dry, and then Ash, you know, sort of came through the gap, and then again with the parting of the ways, he seemed to just sort of find himself in the lead with, you know, De Leon sort of moving Ingram out of the way. So off he went. So yeah, I was in a sensible position. You know, we're not up against someone like Collard who's got a lot of boost, and Tom behind with a lot of boost. I thought we did well. We weren't in a perfect situation trying to hang on there, but we did. We hit his marks and we got it home, and that's something we didn't do last week. So no, we're in a good place. We'll work on it now for tomorrow. You know, ultimately P3 for Sunday morning is a good place to start. So yeah, pretty happy, and yeah, obviously 2 in the top 5 for Napa's a good start to the weekend.
What are you thinking is going to be key in race 1 tomorrow morning?
Well, you know, some choices to make as well, you know, on tyre strategy. You know, do you want the soft or the medium? The soft's obviously just done a good chunk of a time. You know, the guys will get those off and have a good look at them now. The speed of you know, particularly Ash and Tom, I think I'm on the periphery of that speed. They can seem to run any tyre, you know. I think I can just about probably stay in the top 4 or 5 with a medium, but I think they can stay slightly higher than that even. So we've got a tiny little bit of work to do to join that group, which I think we're on the verge of bridging. Do you gamble and take a medium and see if you know, the race weekend comes back to you? You know, we did that last weekend and it worked out really well. But you know, you've got to be brave, and ultimately, you know, my championship fight is with Ash, it is with Tom and a couple of others, and you know, we might not always have our day, but we've got to make sure that we're in amongst it for the points. There's a lot of points to score, so yeah, I'm confident we'll be okay. There'll be a few engineers scratching their heads tonight on what is the best strategy, but you know, we'll see what we can do tomorrow to score as many points as we can for the team and push forward.
We will see you out there tomorrow. Well done for today, though. Well,
Thank you very much, Louise. We're going to get ready then for our next race, which will be audio only on the music stream. Me and JT will be back for the F4 Championship in soon.
It's time for race 1 of the weekend for the British Formula 4 Championship, and let's take a look at the grid as they line up, as they go around the circuit. Of course, 2 formation laps here, so we have a little bit of time to do so. Row 1, Adam Al-Sahari on pole with Ethan Jeff Hall alongside. Row 2 is Lewis Well and Theo Palmer. Row 3, Tommy Harfield and Ethan Lennon. Row 4, Timo Young-Lin and Dries van Langendonk. Row 5 is Joseph Smith and Jarrett Clark. Row 6, Mate Kabatzi and Hani Sadiq. Row 7, Scotkin Lindblom and Cameron Nelson. Row 8, George Falford Nauder and Ethan Carney. Row 9 is Cash Felber and Jaber Alsabab. Row 10, Cole Hewitson and Roman Felber. Row 11, Henry Mercier and Clementson alongside. Row 12 is BlueSky and Wolney. Row 13, Alfie Slater and Sutton. Row 14 is Headforth and Fisher. And on the back row of the grid, Anzi and Batik. Let's have a quick look at the championship points while we have them. It is Van Langendonk on 52 points, Smith on 37, Jeff Hall on 37, Kin Lindblom on 31, Palmer on 26, 18 for Lennon. Clark is on 13, and Hewitson is on 12 points. As the cars are coming onto the grid, let's welcome in commentator Joshua Birch.
Thank you, JT. Here we go then for the further round 4 of the Veritools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA. And it's on a bright sunny day here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. 20 minutes coming up, and fingers crossed that we're going to actually have a decent race, because last time out at Donington Park it was anything but. There was quite a lot of drama and quite a lot of red flags. Fingers crossed that today we get a good start. Adam Al-Azhari on the front row, and then alongside is Ethan Jeff Hall. 30 cars locating now at the back of the field as we will get set to go green. 20 minutes, it's going to be the duration. No laps around this place, so we're going to have to calculate. Now, the touring cars were doing around about 47 seconds, so we're looking at around about 25 laps. Revs are up. Lights are on, all 5 are lit. Lights out, we're underway, and it's a poor getaway from Lewis Wewell on the 3rd row of the grid. He's not going to get a best getaway, coming right back up the inside. It looked like that was going to be Joseph Smith, but into turn 1, side by side with Jeff Hall and Al-Azhari as they come up in towards Druids, and it's still very close to contact. They both lock up, they both go wide. Is that going to allow Well to come back through? We wait for the timings to update as to who's going to be in 3rd position. I think that's going to be looking like it's going to should really be Harfield in the Chris Downman Racing as they come down now. Lead still for Adam Al-Azhari. Then we get Jeff Hall still in P2. We'll wait for the data to upgrade and then we'll have it. But what a great getaway as they come round Clark Curve into Clearways over the line. Yeah, up into 3rd position is Harfield. Palmer 4th. Wewell down now to 5th place. Not a great getaway from him as they move uphill down towards turn number 1. And look at the action that's going on right now as Palmer tries to look on the inside line of Harfield. He had Wewell right behind him. Well's got a great run, but it's getting forced onto the grass by Palmer. Palmer now is going to have to lift off. Through on the inside does go Wewell, and Lennon coming up now from 6th position trying to find a way through. Van Langendonk and off into the wall. That is the 9 car. Oh, and that's the 15, and there's another car involved, the 11. 3 cars off. This will certainly be a safety car, possibly even a red flag with the amount of track on the damage. So that's BlueSky, Mercia, and that also coming in. It's Hash Belba, and it's going to be Kobatsizi as well as the safety cars out. So, yeah, they're going to, well, they safety car now, JT. Might have to be a red flag with the amount of cars got down there. I'm counting 4 cars maybe down there at the moment. What do you make of that start?
It was an insane start. There was a staller on the grid. Couldn't work it out from who it was. I was going to look at the timing screen to work out who it was. Hopefully we will get a replay. But it was in the middle of the field. Everyone avoided them, but multiple car incidents around the circuit. Safety car is out, and the trackside recovery team will be put hard to work at
Joseph
Brands
Smith's
Hatch.
out.
Yes, and well, around safety car, good start, a good clean first lap. Can't say the same about the second lap.
No, certainly not, as I think the Radio Le Mans team are having a little issue with their commentary side of things at the moment. That is a separate incident for the 9 car, who's gone off down at the last corner.
Clearways.
Yeah, what is BlueSky doing down there? How did he lose it? Did he have contact earlier on? He just sort of sustained that damage, or did he just go wide on his own accord? Well, that is a bit of a strange off. Either way, that is safety car on lap 1 of the JCB's come back out. Yeah, that's Kit BlueSky, who's out of it. And, well, let's see. Red flag, JT.
Yeah,
They've stopped the race.
They have red flagged it. I'm a little bit surprised about that, but...
Is that 4 for 4 now we've had red flags?
No, we did have a race in Donington Park that wasn't red flagged.
Well, we have red flagged it from race control. Go on.
I found it funny there. The marshals were changing the flags over, and the person with the safety car board also had the green flag in the other hand, and the red flag marshal came in front of him, and it was like he pushed the green flag back, like, no, this is my turn.
Well, yeah, they come onto the grid. They'll stop just before the start-finish straight.
Yeah.
Because those are the rules before they re-grid up. Oh no, they're halfway through. That's weird. They're not usually meant to go down to the start-finish straight. They're supposed to stop at the last corner.
No.
But they are going to stop at the grid.
Just making sure the order's all good, and then they'll re-grid them, it seems like. Or are we going for a single file? We're going single file, which screams to me we're going to have a safety car restart. We will get the official confirmation from race control when they give it to us, but red flag out here with 16 minutes and 51 seconds left on the clock. Can't have a complete restart since we have completed 3 minutes, and already completed 3 laps. We can only have a complete restart if it is on the first lap, and after completed 3 it'll be a single file safety car restart, it seems.
So we will just suspend and restart then, and the clock has reset to 0 on our systems up here, but the pictures we've got standard, yeah.
That's standard with the TSL systems. Time to send an image to Omi and say thank you for this.
Guess what happened? Yeah, this is Omi's fault, because he joked. Omi and Wes are busy on Italian F4 this weekend, so me and JT have got the British F4 Championship as part of our package here on our touring car coverage. And I'm not going to say what he actually said, but he did text me around about 20 minutes ago saying, "Good luck, B word. Have a great time calling British F4." Yeah, it's pretty much how it's happened now. We are waiting to get restarted.
What?
So, yeah, go on.
What I will say is that was the cleanest grid read of the season, no doubt.
Well, I loved it.
And JB is pleased because it also gives him a little bit of a guide to pronunciation, as that is the reason for the red flag, JB.
Yeah,
they've brought Tango 1 from Paddock Hill Bend all the way up and around to the exit of Druids. That is the JCB from Paddock Hill Bend.
When we were there for Media Day, you showed me that because of the red flag we had very late in the day, actually, on the restart.
Yes, and everything happening around there. See if we can work out what recovery truck that is, because on the trackside recovery they have little numbers by the doors, but it doesn't seem like that one has them. That's probably recovery 3 and 4 that are down there helping at Druids.
Well, this is thanks, Omi. Thank you very much for this, as we just wait now for a restart to come in.
Let's see if he has replied. He probably hasn't, as he's focused.
Yes. Me and Megan, we commented on the first hour, and we want to comment on the last two hours of.
He has said you are very welcome.
Nice. Nice.
Yes.
Still, there is a curfew here at Brands Hatch. What's the time? 6:30 or
6:30.
6:30, yeah. So we've got to be done before then.
Which
In order.
We will be because we had half an hour buffer time. Because
yeah,
there was...
Yeah.
The last race, if I remember the timetable correctly, was 5:45 for a 15-minute race, which would have ended at 6. So we have a 30-minute period, but they might shorten this race a little bit to compensate for that.
They've pulled out the 9 car, so officially out of this race is the 15 of Smith, the 11 of Felber, but that is C. Felber.
Cash Felber, yeah.
Felber, yeah. And Bolowski's out. For some unknown reason, we still haven't seen a replay of as to how he got down. 2 recovery trucks down there, JT, now. Is that 1 and 3 now?
3 and 4 it should be.
3 and 4. We did wonder why they would. I thought they might red flag the race.
Yeah.
When I saw
Because
the
on the...
cars.
If you look at the smaller pickup car trackside recovery vehicle, it has a little 2 next to the door, and you can see it there on the bottom right below the,
4.
the 4.
Yes, I see it. Yes, I see it. Yes. Oh, okay. JT, teach me how to identify them. Those fans on the inside line
are numbered. Oh, we are having a party. Okay.
And they turned on the screens. That's unusual. They don't usually turn the screens on.
No.
Saturday.
What happened there is a man doing random thing caught in the wild.
Do you know what I actually find amazing is the fact is that the crew who puts up the televisions from ITV overnight.
Yeah.
They put them up overnight at every touring company.
I saw
on the
one.
Saturday.
I saw 2. I'm assuming they were the same ones that were at GT World Challenge Europe that were literally 2 minutes away from where I live. They passed, going the opposite way to Brands Hatch, but I can only assume that they were actually going to Brands Hatch unless they have a base round here, which I had no idea about. Cash Felber now on the recovery truck, and the JCB will make the long trip back from the exit of Druids down the hill towards Paddock Hill Bend and then back up the hill to get back into its position. Here is a replay. I'm looking further back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was a staller on the 6th row, if I counted that correctly.
I think you did. Yeah, it was definitely 6.
So, as we...
What a bad getaway, though, from Werrell. Just did not get traction
it was
at all.
Inside row 6.
Yeah, maybe look at my grid now, aren't you? Inside of row 6, that would be... could have been Sadiq. Yeah. Yes, it was, because row 5 was Jared Clark. So I think it was Sadiq who did get going. Ah, that's what happened to the 15 in the barrier.
It was Kabatsi, I want to say, because he is 24th and down the order. Mate Kabatsi, I believe, stalled on the grid.
So this is the 10 and the 7 side by side. They're going to push together. So I don't think it's Cash Felber who's going to have the instant. Ah, there! Just the contact at the exit. Ah, Cash has gone off on his own, and that's how. So he's got damage, JT, from this initial accident. Ah, contact there. So
that was with
John Lee. Yeah. So for John Lee, that's how Smith came off into the barrier. He hit John Lee, and then the 11 just went off, and there was a
17-minute restart.
Yeah. Okay, so we are gonna, and it's gonna restart soon.
Gonna have the full race.
Well, that's a surprise actually with that buffer zone coming in. I thought they might just give a little bit like, okay, we'll quit it down to like 10 minutes or so. But no, full race restart. Do you know, JT, having been to Brands Hatch now, that's the first time I've seen a camera angle that actually properly gives us the idea of how steep it is down there.
They've already made it to the outer paddock with Cash Felber's car.
Again, that's quite a distance actually to get down there. Because you got to go back on. Oh, that's quite well done actually.
It's
Why is that
round Graham Hill, and then they use the back gate at the Cooper Straight, and then under the tunnel. So it's not that bad. They have JB.
Yeah.
Put them back in their grid spaces. Are we going to get a standing start?
I think we might, yeah. Because
revised race duration is 17 minutes. That is confirmed by race control. And it looks like we're going to get a standing start.
Yeah, yeah.
I eat my words.
I thought they were going to say on the team radio there if that was going to be a restart in terms of it's a standing start. I'm not entirely sure how that would progress. I think it should be a standing start.
They would 1 minute board, and it looks like we're going for a full race
restart.
Because that is Al Sawari on pole with Jeff Hall in second. So
first race.
So are we going to have to go through the grid again?
First race is going to be null and void. They are going to do this is race 4. So that's a weird way, because usually it's a resumption, not this way. But okay, this will be part 2, I guess, coming in. Usually they amalgamate together, but I reckon with the new procedure this year, JT, with it being a 5-light procedure now, I assume we've gone a bit more official. By the way, I found out why it is a new 5-light procedure. Yeah, I found out why it is a 5-light procedure. Do you know why? Because this is an FIA graded championship now for British F4.
What
and
about
FIA rules apply.
Touring cars, though, and everything else?
They just do it because it's simpler. Touring cars adapt to it, but because British F4 is now an FIA championship. Oh, who's that?
Getting slow away, and now the rule states, I believe. That is
another one, 43.
That's the 43 who is off slow.
That's Daniela Sutton. She's got off slow. And she'll have to start at the back of the grid.
Started near the back anyway, so should be okay. Cars
Here's the grid.
Are heading round.
Oh, and a lock up.
If you've already got the grid, then I need to go further. Here we are. Row 1, Adam Al-Sawari, Ethan Jeff Hall. Tommy Harfield and Lewis Werrell on row 2. Row 3 is Theo Palmer and Ethan Lennon. Then on row 4 is Dries van Langenong and Timo Youngling. With row 5, Scott Kin Lindblom and Jarrett Clark. George Faudnelder and Hani Sadiq on row 6. With Cameron Nelson and Ethan Carney on row 7. Al-Savar and Hewitson on row 8. Felber and Clementson on row 9. Wolney and Slater on row 10. Batik and Headfords on row 11. Fisher and Kabapsi on row 12. And then on row 13 is Sutton and Anzi, and Mercia is on his own on row 14. Your cars that did not, well, crashed out was Smith, Bolofsky and Cashfelber. They will be non-starters in this event. Now, Sutton looks like she got away before the last car left the field, which means she should be able to take her spot on the grid.
The problem is, though, JT, that was her teammate who I assume was instructed to not overtake her. And it's going to be a standing start restart. We are going to go for a standing. Yeah, we're not going to go for a... Did we have that at Donington, or was it a rolling restart?
I think it was rolling. It was deep. It was deeper in the race, though.
Right.
I honestly can't pinpoint it.
Should we get crack-a-lacking again? Adam Al-Azari on pole. Ethan Jeff Hall in second. Then Tommy Harfield's going to move up the order. Watch out for Lewis Werrell if he's going to have an equally bad getaway after that initial start. They line up at the back, and Sutton has taken her original grid position. She has regained control. So it's a 17-lap race now for part 2 of this one. As we are getting set then for the 5 red lights to illuminate one at a time Count them with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lights out! We're racing again, and it's a much better getaway this time, and a storming start from Harfield, who's practically pushing Al-Azari down towards Paddock Hill. Ben was 3 wide, going into the inside of 1, and that's the McLaren getting forced out wide. That was a very close contact, but it's a brilliant start, as into it will go Harfield. Jeff Hall and Al-Azari dropping back. They're all through safely, I think, down at Druids into Graham Hill Bend, and that was a storming getaway, JT, as the lead of the race now belongs to Harfield.
Van Langdonk, good start.
Oh, Jeff Hall! Jeff Hall's managed to get back. The camera, when we pulled away at the exit, it's Jeff Hall now leading, JT. I'm back to you.
On the grass, that is the 8. That pushes out Roman Felber out wide, and Roman Felber's gone to the same place that Cash Felber's ended up. That this time, he gets away. Jeff Hall to the lead. Van Langdonk, as I mentioned, good start. He is up to 7th.
Not nearly, and he nearly ran to the back there as well, coming back as Young Ling in the 8th position. We're watching the battle now coming through on the inside line. That's the 32, that's Lennon with John Ling, and then Kim Lindblom as well, just back. Wow! Kicking up some air was Lennon. Wow, that's unbelievable. South Africa really giving it some kick out there, isn't he, at the moment, as he pulls the outside line. That's being defended hard from Young Ling as well, the JHR Development's British driver. This is the replay then, so this is what happened further back, JT. The 8 and the 12 getting together, and that forced off the 23.
Yep, that was Proudford Mulder, who went off on the grass, and then that pushed off Roman Felber in the 73, and very nearly ended up in the same barrier that his brother Roman Felber ended up in before the red flag incident, as we head through Paddock Hill now up towards Druids around the outside. That is Proudford Mulder getting round the 53 of Carney.
Yeah, Proudford Naylor now, I can't pronounce that one. Proudford Nauda as well in 12th position. Carney now down into 13th. Hewitson in 14th place. Nelson in 15th. Just a quick thing as well, Warney in the XL Motorsport dropped down to 20th place as well back there. Terrible start coming through as we go back on the attack, and that is the 13th stop.
Mercia is stopped on the Cooper Straight, and that is right next to the escape road that they use on the back, so we might be okay here if we just have a safety car, because that is easy access for the recovery crew. Double yellows are out, and now safety car is called. This should be a quick safety car, because they can literally pick it up from the back gate and go straight into the back gate and get it behind the wall. This will be a 1 or 2 safety car max, I do believe, once we get them behind the car at the start of the Cooper Straight.
Absolutely. Safety car will now get deployed, and we will just wait and hold it together to see what today's going to be like.
Sutton is in the pits.
Oh, okay. So,
see,
there's the safety car, and you're right, JP. It's pushing it back up.
This is going to be an incredibly quick safety car.
I keep saying maybe the British Touring Car Championship and the support say should introduce the virtual safety car. It would be incredibly quicker to get things done around here. Because sometimes you don't need full safety cars.
It'll be so funny if we go safety car in this lap. I'm just saying, we won't, but it would be funny.
That's the 43 coming back out onto the circuit as well. And that is Sutton. She is now a lap down on the field. So after her stall on the grid, she's got back out there on the track.
Yes, we should have safety car in this time as we cross the line.
I'm looking at that timing gantry to see when it's going to go, because it's a short lap here. Just 45 seconds. We're faster than the touring cars are around this place. Are they going to wait for Sutton to catch back up the field, at least get on the lead lap? She should do. Well, then again, our driver tracker's not picking up all the drivers. At least mine isn't. I don't know about you. 30 of them, and I can only see about 10.
It's because they're all pinched together. You can't see them all because they're all overriding each other.
There's that famous line again of they're riding each other.
Our light's going to go out. No.
See, unnecessary laps behind the safety car needs to stop. We should be going green now, and we're not, and that it to me is disappointing. There is now a
picked
natural
up some pace though, and normally when the safety car picks the pace up, we are going next time round.
Well, we're now on lap 7 as we tick over the line. We've completed 6. There's Jeff Hall from Al Azari, Harfield, Werren, Palmer, Clark, Van Langendonk, Youngling, Keen Lindblom, Lennon, Sadiq, Proudford, Nalder in 12th, Kearney in 13th, Hewitson, Nelson, all coming in. TNT Sports have just gone to an ad break for the first time on oh no, they're showing something from trackside. Okay. Safety car is not coming in this time by JT. What is going on? Come on, we're green now. This is useless time behind the safety car. That always happens. We should now be good to go. Let's have a replay of the race start then. Yeah, there was a staller further back on the 8th row, I think, coming into it. 3 wide into
Look at Van Langendonk trying to go round outside, making it 3 wide at Paddock Hill Bend.
Van Langendonk knows no fear, does he? That Belgian driver is a star of the future coming up.
And of course, Van Langendonk is one of those drivers who has that title of generational talent assigned to him.
Yeah.
And he's had a storming start to it this season, already in the lead of the overall and the Rookies Championship. Good news, safety car lights are out, and it'll be Jeff Hall for Al-Hazari, Harfield, Werrell, Palmer, your top 5 coming to the safety car restart. He went and then he backed it up, JB.
Yeah, the safety car wasn't clear. They would have caught him too early. Right, let's get this one restarted then. The green flag goes out, and we are racing again with less than 10 minutes on the clock here.
Good
for
restart.
presumably 10 laps. Yeah, that was very clean from Jeff Hall. Al-Azari is going to try and follow him, but Harfield and Werrell are going to be under attack. And look at the inside there from Palmer. Palmer sends it on the inside line. Van Langendonk is sliding around further back, but he's got some traction. Palmer almost cost them both. Clark in there. There's Van Langendonk in the McLaren back livery. Looking very strong indeed in the number 51. I was actually checking out that car at Donington, JT. It is incredibly tiny. Honestly, it's about half the size of your leg. It's unbelievable the height of these cars. And that's why they're quick and nimble. As through goes on the inside line, that is Proudford Nalder passing Sadiq. And Sadiq's dropped back now into 12th position.
Across the line to complete the first lap, we have got our first black and white flag, JB, so add that to the tally for car 5. That's Kin Lindblom for track limits down, I believe, at Graham Hill Bend, as we go now down to Paddock Hill Bend.
We're all keeping them all together now on the circuit, as I keep an eye on not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 YouTube streams at the moment, just making sure that they're all okay. Out here at the moment, they are, as we continue on. Jeff Hall leads from Al-Azari, Harfield, Werren, then it's Palmer, Clark, Van Langendonk, John Ling ahead of Kin Lindblom, Lennon in the top 10. Black and white flag, as JT said, for the number 5 a few moments ago. Push on the power as you come over the line. What have you got then? 8 minutes to go in the British F4 Championship, the 4th round of the season here at Brands Hatch Indy. 2 more races coming up tomorrow, which we'll have for you here on JB Motorsports, as well as all of the support action with our own commentary. As we just have a little bit of a slide. Don't worry, you'll have more voices across the season. Rich is going to be joining us for a few. Jess Ball, even Nina's going to do a lead comms at some point. And JT, we're getting 3 wide coming into Graham Hill Bend. It's getting very racy back there as well, as the field getting a little bit tetchy.
Yeah, this is further back, near the back of the field, with head 4s getting involved. Felber, also Roman, the only surviving Felber in this race. This is battle for 20th, 21st 22nd, and Roman Felber's going to look to go around the outside, going in towards Paddock Hill Bend. He'll dive to the outside, unable to get it. Good defensive manoeuvres from Headfords, and now they'll go up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Headfords defends the inside line. Felber tries to put it around the outside. That doesn't work. The other two Chris Dittman racing cars just behind the Fisser and Sutton getting involved. Clementson as well, and now Roman Felber tries to go up the inside of Surtees. That was close, unable to do it. A brave move from Felber, and now they'll continue to fight round another lap. This is how good of a restart Jeff Hall had. We're focusing on a battle for 21st place.
Yeah, Felber really pushing Headfords as well as they come into it. Look at Clemenston as well. Did I pronounce that one right, or have I got to look down on my timing sheets for your pronunciation guide? No, I have. Oh, lovely. On that front, there's Clementson now running in 23rd position. He's passed Anstey. Fisher running in 25th position as they come over again. 5:46 left on the clock. Black and white flag for the 88, black and white flag for the 73 on the charts.
That's Roman Felber who's battling with Headfords.
Yeah. We had a couple of black flags this morning in the practice session for the British Touring Car Championship, by the way. Nick Hamilton being one of them. Yeah, got parked for 5 minutes. So, and I think Ricky Collard got a final warning at one point as well. A couple of drivers actually having that this morning during the 40-minute session.
So
that was interesting.
Clementson and Roman Felber, who are battling together, both getting black and white flags. They need to be careful with the battles they are having. But we move away from that because we have a battle for the lead. Al Hazari is managing the gap with Jeff Hall and even closing it a little bit as we head now up towards Paddock Hill Bend. All single file throughout the whole field, just waiting for moves to be completed. Decent gap between second and third, around a second, just over a second gap between second and third.
They don't want to waste the tyres. They don't want to risk them going a bit too much. The Pirelli rubber needing some. Oh, and off into the barrier. That is Sutton. The 43 of Sutton, and she is sideways, so that's the Chris Dittman Racing, and Daniela is had a back. Well, she's torn the grid and now she's in the barrier.
Looks like, well, I want to say that looks like Clearways, but there's no. Yes, it is like McLaren's up by the Med Centre.
So, do we need a safety car? It's out of the way. It's not in the way of the circuit. I'd hopefully get by that we don't need a safety car, but race control have done some weird things in this race. We've got 4 minutes to go. If they do throw a safety car, that could possibly be race over, and we've just got a battle going on here between Jeff Hall and Adam Al-Azhari. Jeff Hall, by the way, 45.6 best lap, 45.690 for Al-Azhari. Last time by they're matching, but by 30,000. Yeah, they'll be good. It's wide enough, I think, JT, isn't it, the exit? Yeah, it's wide.
It's right. It's up against the barrier by the medical centre, right on the outside.
We continue on. Okay there. Well, we've only got like 3 laps left anyway, if things stand like this anyway. As I open a Pepsi Max before anyone says it's beer.
I heard that.
It's a Pepsi Max. I'm in here all day. I'm in here until midnight. Give me some slack. There's some braking manoeuvres going on further behind the field. That is Batig battling as well with
Kabatzi on the outside.
Kabatzi, yeah. I was just looking down at the pronunciation guide. Kabatzi's going left and right. It's also bringing in the 96 of Woolney as well. But Kabatzi really has got the track. Look at that. It almost goes off coming up into Clearways and very much has some oversteer coming through. Kabatzi's fighting that car with understeer and oversteer, and it's just allowed through for Woolney to take 19th place. But he's going to try around the outside down to Paddock Hill Bend, tries the undercut. These Formula 4 cars are one of the best things to watch on a weekend because they're the only cars on the calendar that can actually flick back to the inside with such speed. Look at it, they're side by side. Again, Kabatti trying to go on the outside, not working out. Black and white flag for the 12. The 73's got a time penalty. So Felber's got 5 seconds added to the time penalty there. Oh, and there's been an accident in the World Endurance Championship.
That's it.
One of the Peugeots off at the track as well. So that's going to be a yellow flag.
Side by side, heading down in towards Paddock Hill Bend. That is Palmer and Werrell battle for 4th.
Closing in once again. You've got to be very careful now not to take a wing off or lose a part of your body work, because at this track with only what is 2 laps to go effectively, you don't want to lose out on it. It should be 2 to go next time by. 45-second laps with 90 seconds left on the clock.
Coming across the line with 1 minute and 8 seconds left to go, 2 to go.
Yep, confirmed then, 2 to go. Werrell going to the inside to go defensive. Palmer almost touching him down towards Paddock Hill Bend. He's going for the undercut. Slices back on the inside. Lay on the brakes. Oh, that was beautiful from Palmer. Fantastic. But now, coming back. Werrell wants the attack back. Clark's coming in here too. So is Van Landendonk. Oh, JT, that's fantastic from Palmer. That was slipstream down the straight and a slice back on the inside in turn 1.
That was an incredible move from Palmer.
Sends it. That's a Danny Ricciardo-esque move of dive bomb. This will be the last lap over the line. Jeff Hall is going to take victory. Oh, in separate notes, that Peugeot's out of the race, got a broken front left wheel. So that's disappointing for the 94 Peugeot, who was leading the race early on. Well, I'm heading back shortly to that very touring car. No, I'm heading back to that very wet race soon.
5-second time penalty for Sadiq in 12th.
Oh. So Sadiq now getting that penalty. Adam Al-Azari's got the fastest lap. We have got 0 on the board. Question is if the checker flag will be flown this time. Yes, it is. The final lap. Jeff Hall is going to win race 4 of the season. Ethan Jeff Hall takes the checker flag and wins race 4 of the Wearer Tools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA. Adam Al-Azari in 2nd. Tommy Harfield coming in 3rd, starting 5th on the grid. A great improvement from him. Palmer, Werrell, Clark, Van Langendonk in 7th, Youngling 8th. Kid Lindblom in 9th. Lennon rounds out the top 10. What a great race. That was a lot of fun. What's Amy moaning about the F4s? He's been moaning for the last 2.5 weeks, saying, oh, well, you know, it was difficult commentating on them at Donington Park, all this. What was he moaning about? Yeah, the red flag wasn't out, but that was quite a lot of exciting racing.
That was a good race.
Oh, they've gone full course yellow. So virtual safety car in WEC. So that slows everything down a bit. That gives us time to think. As soon as one's done, I can take back over another, I think. No, I've got to wait for... I have to wait for practice to finish, don't I, for the NASCAR.
Of course we have qualifying for IndyCar, don't we?
That's on now on Megan's laptop. That's in the final 6 now. My laptop is doing the O'Reilly series because it just made the most sense.
Importantly,
yeah.
Dries Van Langendonk is no longer the leader of the championship.
No, good point. That changes things now, doesn't it? So that now puts Ethan Jeff Hall on.
But Ethan Jeff Hall has a 4-point lead.
Yeah, he does indeed. Game on. Game, set, and match. So Ethan Jeff Hall, 62. Dries Van Langendonk, 58. But they're still 23 and 19 clear to Theo Palmer, who's on 39.
Right, here's the results. Ethan Jeff Hall wins from Adam Al-Ansari, Tommy Harfield in 3rd, Theo Palmer just missing out, then Lewis Werrell, Jarrett Clark, Dries Van Langendonk in 7th, Timo Youngling in 8th, Scott Lindblom in 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is Ethan Lennon for JBMotorsports Motorsport down there. Down in 11th, George Falford Nalder, followed by Ethan Carney, Cole Hewitson, Cameron Nelson, Jabba Al-Savar, Alfie Slater, Batik, Jackson Walney, Harney Sadiq in 19th, and Leon Headfords for our JBMotorsports rounds out the top 20. In 21st, Matej Kabatsi, then Clementson in 22nd, Anzi in 23rd, Roman Felby in 24th, Fisher, Sutton, and Fisher being your final finisher. Then out of the race, Sutton, Mercia, Belowski, Cash Felber, and Joseph Smith. Those last three were unclassified as they did not take the restart. Drivers' Championship. It's Ethan Jeff Hall, as we mentioned, leading it at 62 points. Then Dries van Langenonk on 58. Theo Palmer on 39. Joseph Smith on 37. Scott Lindblom on 33. Tommy Harfield on 25. Al Azari on 24. Jarrett Clark on 21. Lewis Werrell on 20. And Ethan Lennon on 10. Here is a look at your Rookie Drivers' Championship after round 4. He might not lead the overall, but he still leads the Rookie Drivers' Championship. Dries van Langenonk on 76 to Lewis Werrell 47. Alsaba on 44. Youngling on 32. Headfords 28. Kabatsi 27. Nelson 26. Walney 23. And then Azexri 22. He was in round 1. And then Anzi the first weekend. And then Anzi on 8.
Let's go down to Lou.
Thanks to them, my engineer, my mechanic, but yeah, what a race. Hopefully it's the first of many, but this is my first proper win, apart from the reverse grid last year, so I'm over the moon.
You say it got it into the lead, but it was a little bit more than that. That was quite some move you pulled around the outside. Just talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, I had a bit of a tricky start off the line, and then hit the limiter into the first corner, but yeah, just came alongside the others and carried the speed around the outside and just managed to get the move done. I was quite surprised, but yeah, it was a good move and just so happy.
And how difficult was it to manage the race thereafter? I mean, obviously you had the safety car to deal with. I mean, I guess in a way that played into your hands because you didn't have so many racing laps to be making sure that you kept the lead, did you?
Yeah, I mean, it can be tricky, but sometimes it helps you out. Obviously, you don't have to lead as many laps, and you can maybe stretch a bit of an advantage off the start. But yeah, it was hot out there today, so it's all about trying to manage the tyres, keep everything cool. So I think we did that quite well, and pace was strong. So yeah.
Well done, congratulations. And from a man who really enjoyed, Adam, let's bring you in second. So from a man who really enjoyed having a restart to a driver who I'm thinking probably didn't enjoy the restart quite as much, because it was all looking good for you race 1, wasn't it? Or part 1, should I say?
Yeah, I mean, first start, obviously it was really good. Yeah, kept the lead, even though obviously starting in P1 here, it's a bit more uphill, more on the dirty side. Yeah, I just about held the lead, and then red flag, unfortunately. And then, yeah, I mean, I got a decent start again. I got a bit of a push from Tommy right before T1, so I was a bit cautious. And then, yeah, obviously Ethan did a good job to get it around the outside. And then, yeah, honestly, I want to thank the team. The pace was really good. I kept up with Ethan the whole time, even with the dirty air. I think kept them under a bit of a pressure. And yeah, I just want to say thanks to the team, to be honest. Yeah.
How tricky was it? As you say, you were piling in the fastest laps, really putting the pressure on Ethan. But with that dirty air, it's not easy in these F4 cars, is it?
No, that's why I was really happy when I started on pole. Yeah, I mean, just the dirty air T1 mostly. Not much you can do. I mean, only overtaking spot here, to be honest, last corner. But yeah, I mean, fair play to him.
A good pace, though, and there's plenty more to play for this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, on the first start, my pace was really good, so unfortunate to get stuck in P2.
Good stuff. Well done, well done. And Tommy, I mean, given the start that you had to this season, that's a really good result for you, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we've been struggling for pace all year. Donington obviously didn't go to plan at all, so it's good to get a great result. Finally, I guess it's second weekend, but feels like finally we've got some pace. Obviously struggled a bit then, but much better.
Yeah, I mean, the first start in particular, I think, was really good for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, first start made up 2. Yeah, I knew I was very confident with my starts at Donington, so I knew I had a chance to go to go again. It's a shame about the second start because I had a run at them again, but they just blocked me. I could have got to P1 if they disappeared.
And I'm guessing, unlike Ethan, you would have liked actually a few more racing laps because we had the safety car, which kind of, you know, took a few racing laps away from you. You'd have liked a few more to try and make up more ground.
I don't know, because I don't think I was going to make much more ground. I was struggling a bit with the tyres. They had a bit more pace, and I think Palmer just got to fourth. He was quite quick, so almost happy it ended.
Very honest answer.
Yes, yes.
Well done.
Thank you, Lou. Okay, JT, final thoughts from you on that F4 race?
A very good race for the British F4s. Cannot wait for 2 more races tomorrow on the channel.
Excellent. Well, we're not done here yet on JB Motorsports. We've got plenty more coming up. It's the Porsche Carwow Carrera Cup Great Britain 2026 qualifying, session number 2. And then hopefully we're going to try and slot in the mini challenge race at the end of the day. But that might be rescheduled for tomorrow in the lunch break. We're understanding that might be a possibility, so we'll stay tuned on that. Meantime, let's hit the music and get ready for qualifying. Well, hello everybody listening in on the KwikFit British Touring Car Championship stream. That is our last race coverage of the day. Me and Megan are currently commentating on the World Endurance Championship second round of the season at Spa, where BMW number 20 is leading for the 8 Toyota and the 15 BMW, so they're looking strong. Thank you very much for your company today on the British Touring Car Championship. We will be back with all of the action tomorrow morning at 9:55 a.m. British Summer Time for all of the day's action and the commentary from all of the events. You can join us here on JB Motorsports for our own coverage. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.